9:15 a.m, Wednesday 9th of March. Just like to thank all the visitors for coming. Appreciate to be here and be part of council meetings in the region for our spring, summer, and now we're into autumn season. We just had a bit of a delay with this meeting, so it's normally meant to be spring, summer. So thank you. Thank you for your attendance. Okay, so we also have to check who's online as far as attendances. So if you're online, can you just acknowledge that?
I'm online. Councillor Hancock is online.
Okay, we might get you turned up a bit. Do we have a volume on that?
Yes. Yep. Oh, it's up. Can you hear me?
I think it's your end.
It's pretty low our end,
Yeah,
Councillor
it's up,
Hancock.
it's up as high as I can get it on this end.
Righto.
And my apologies for not being there in person to the Mitchell community. I just couldn't attend today in person.
That's sounding better. Okay, Councillor Edwards, you're there as well?
Yes, I'm Councillor Edwards is here.
Righto. We could probably just turn it up a little bit more if we can. If we can't, that's fine. Okay. Okay, do we have anyone to move a confirmation of the minutes of the 23rd of February 2022? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 23rd of February 2022 be confirmed. Is that loud enough?
Better get the more louder. You'll have to go a bit loud.
I'd like to move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 23rd of February 2022 be confirmed.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Yeah. This will be interesting.
Okay. I'll just second it.
Okay, Councillor Burkett seconds that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
Page 43.
Thank you. Page 43. Item 10.1, Annual Report 2020-2021.
Yeah, just before point 8 is consideration of notice of motion, and we have a notice of motion.
Okay, what page is that one on, please?
It's item C6.
C6.
Page 60.
Yep, that'd be great. Yeah, it's not complete.
Page 60.
Thank you. Okay, so C6, Rex Airlines proposal CY22 to CY26. I'd like to move that this lay on the table for further information about community fairs until the next meeting of council. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 6-3 as far as I read it. Can I call for a division? Okay, moving on.
Can I ask a question, please?
Please go ahead.
Through the Mayor, just in relation to this particular item that's been laid on the table until the next meeting, what correspondence has been entered into with Rex Airlines post the resolution from a fortnight ago?
Need to talk about it.
As it's my report, what I am, I've spoken to one of the executives at Rex and have been having discussions on my capacity about trying to get more affordable airfares for the Maranoa.
Thanks, Mayor. My question was, after the resolution from a fortnight ago at our last ordinary meeting, what meeting correspondence has gone out post the majority decision of council?
Okay, if it's to do with meeting correspondence, I'll hand over to the CEO to ask about that.
Just through the chair, as you know, the finalisation of the minutes was delayed somewhat. We have informed Rex that we do have a resolution in place and given them an outline of what that resolution is. But we were waiting on the minutes to make sure that we could send full correspondence. So we haven't sent any correspondence formally at this point, but we have verbally informed them that council has a current resolution and the content of that resolution. Yes.
Thanks very much, CEO, through the chair again. So just going forward, so I'm clear, I imagine the other councillors are clear, no correspondence will go out on any decision of council until the confirmation of the minutes a fortnight later. Will that be the practice going forward?
If the minutes are public, Councillor O'Neill, even if they're draft minutes and they're actually up in accordance with the legislation, the person in this particular case, Rex Airlines, will have access to that decision. So in relation to the formal correspondence, our process is that there would be an action coming out of the meeting where we would formally correspond with Rex. So the reality is we haven't sent out the formal correspondence, but we have actually given them a verbal heads up about what council's decision was.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment, in my nearly 6 years on council, correspondence has never gone out in the first fortnight, probably in some cases taken 3 months to go out on a lot of different resolutions.
Yeah, and I'd like to back that up too. I think it's interesting that we're bringing up this item when the feedback is how long correspondence takes is much, much longer. So I think, I think we need to just keep moving on. Okay, so moving on to the next item of council. 43, thank you. Annual report 10.1, 2020-21 annual report. Do we have a mover?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Hancock.
I'd like to move that we lay this item on the table until later in the meeting or until I have an answer. I did put in an S170A regarding a section of the annual report and I haven't received a response yet, so unfortunately I won't be able to vote on this time because not all the information has been provided.
Okay, so you've moved that later on the table to later in the meeting or future
Or until
meeting?
Until that correspondence has been, that information has been provided.
Yeah.
please.
Certainly, and through the Chair, Councillor Hancock, we can give you that information. We do have that to hand, so we can certainly give that to you later in the meeting. What Councillor Hancock is raising is that on page 195, one of the figures was incorrect. We do have the correct figure now and are in the process of adjusting that in the back end.
Okay, yep. I just can't vote on it as it stands because it's actually correct. Yep.
Okay, so I believe you've moved to lay it on the table till later in the meeting or a future meeting. So we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0. Item 10.2, micro panels for emergent works on road reserves. Yeah, so I'd like to move.
Sorry, you moved on. Just got a question then. Just very quickly, if I can. Just
Sure.
in terms of the process. Through the chair to our interim CEO, the extension that we've received for the annual report, if we don't adopt this today and it's in a fortnight, is that impacting on the extension that's been given for this annual report? And I don't know the answer.
So through the Chair, the request that we had to the Minister was to have the annual report endorsed by Council and up on its website by April, so we're actually ahead of time.
Okay.
But at the same point is, yes, it would be timely, it would be good practice to get it done as quickly as possible because we do have the draft and it's only a minor amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, so
So is this the correct recommendation from those? So I think it is.
Yes.
okay, so I'd like to move that council modify the existing vendor panel arrangements to create a parallel micro panel as described in this report. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll certainly speak. I believe that in productivity terms or in what we deliver for the people, I do apologise for the standard of our roads in the Maranoa. There is a lot of roads that are below par as far as people operating their business, being able to conduct, having a great life and lifestyle in the Maranoa. I constantly get feedback that people's vehicles are being damaged and destroyed. I do think this is a really big thing. I don't believe we can spend our way out of this. I believe we've got to listen to the people of the Maranoa and find more efficient ways of doing, almost, what would you say, the smallest level of jobs, and encouraging and asking for help from some of our local micro businesses to be able to come and help so we can get in a cost-effective way an opportunity to get our road network up to a usable state. We realise we can't do everything at once, but we should be able to do the worst first. And at the moment, we don't have an efficient cost structure to be doing some of this very small works. And I believe that I'd like to thank the CEO for the work that's been done in this area to come up with a very simple micro panel that will complement actually inviting people that are not interested in a huge amount of paperwork to be able to reduce our risk and also deliver, because if anyone is thinking about risk, there's a huge amount of risk what we're dealing with when we don't do anything. So, and also people being so frustrated they have to go out in the community and do things because we don't have a response. So I wholeheartedly support this motion and look forward to implementing it for the benefit of council and the people of the Maranoa. Would someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks very much. In principle, I actually support the concept of engaging more people to be able to deliver road maintenance across the Shire. My concern is that this isn't going to address the issues that have been raised with me. I think there are some other models that Council should explore further that have been touched on in previous reports from our executive that we haven't gone into any depth with. My concern is that we're reducing the documentation from 100 pages to 50. Whilst that's considerable, it's still a significant amount of documentation that needs to be undertaken. I question whether there'll be enough people out there that aren't subcontractors themselves, i.e. landowners, that will go to the effort to complete the paperwork. And it may be a level of red tape that may stop the people that I believe that we should be working with to address the less than $5,000 maintenance works on the road. So whilst again I support in principle the concept, I think this is happening far too quickly in relation to a micro panel being the bee's knees to address the concern that some of us have been hearing from our community for some time. I think it would be prudent for us to understand the details of a couple of other concepts that had been touched on by executives before we make the decision. But because this is here today and we're not doing that, whilst again I heartily support the concept, I can't support this recommendation.
Okay, would someone like to speak for the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I do take on board what Councillor O'Neill says about the paperwork. I think this can evolve as we go along. After our road inspection on Sunday, speaking with 3 residents and then on the phone to one that couldn't make it that day, I think it's quite evident that it's already happening. And I think this way, legally and for insurance purposes, we can make it operate safely. I know in the report there's a lot of risks involved and a lot of those have been answered. I do think the paperwork is a big stumbling block, but the insurance, one of the residents that couldn't make it, he said even on the vendor panel, without this micro panel, the insurance is an issue, and he's willing to go that next step to get the level of insurance, but he wants a guarantee that it's going to be worthwhile for him to outlay that money. These guys that we spoke to on the weekend showed us a lot of problems, and it's no fault of staff. It's just the rain events happen when they're not in the area, and I think to make the road safe and use a bit of common sense, and whether it's drainage or a gully's got a little hole in here and there, I think for safety reasons this is and more efficient by having these guys in the area can go down there and rectify the situation so these guys can operate their business, whether it's getting trucks out or grain in or whatever it is. So I will be supporting it, and I do take on board the questions that Councillor O'Neill had, but like I said, I hope we can evolve it and make this better in the future.
And does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said too by both Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Burgett. The paperwork is an issue, but I was with Councillor Burgett on Sunday, whenever it was, and that particular crossing is being maintained, I wouldn't know how many times in the last 5 or 6 years. When I say maintained, cleaned out because of the silting up issues, and that particular road has about 4,000 head of cattle come out of there every year, so these people are out there doing probably what they shouldn't be doing, but they're doing it for a reason, so we need to get some sort of, even if we're not, probably they haven't been getting paid for this, but at least we've got them covered under their insurance, under insurance and that.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Okay, then I'll sum up. I certainly also would like to point out that this is an innovation from the Director of Baringa with the initial report, and obviously there's the huge need in the Bringa area. As I said, the roads are below par and need a lot of upgrade, and they're very long roads because it's a very large area in the Bringa area, as well as other areas of the Maranoa. So I do believe that the CEO has enough confidence and her staff to be able to bring improvements as we go on this journey. I do believe that it's common sense that we try to minimise the amount of documentation needed and just really focus on reducing the risk, but also making it workable. But if you think that, I believe voting for this is voting whether you think that there needs urgent change to our road network. So I believe this is a referendum on that, because we can't keep doing what we have been doing, and we certainly can't keep talking about it or looking at other options, because I think it's been going on too long. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those
Yes.
against?
Sorry, mine was in favour, Councillor Edwards.
Okay, Councillor Hancock, which way are you voting?
Against.
Okay, 6-3 if I can call for a division.
Page 121.
Good.
Item 12.1, pre-approved calendar of events, council lighting assets. I've got a question. So to the Deputy Director, is there an opportunity that we could have or to the CEO, a policy where not only do we actually list all the ones we've approved, but have some form of policy where we just have some basic criteria and they could just add new ones without coming to council?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for that. There'd be a possibility to run a policy. It'll be up to council today whether to pass this extra dot point to sort of bring back a policy and that. So a big summary with this here is there's always been a push to try and reduce the amount of reports coming to council. This is an actual example of how we can reduce some of the reports. The main risk here is just making sure the request aligns with council's principles. So we're not just approving stuff that we get requests that might not align with principles. So it seems a very small issue, but if we were to change lights on a subject that didn't align with council, there could be some issues there. So, but yeah, be provided with a draft policy to help further streamline approvals for such requests or something like that.
And just on that, could it also be that part of the policy, if officers are concerned, they could bring it to council, or if there was, could that be part of the policy as well?
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. We could draft a policy up, bring it to council to adopt, and that. Yeah, but taking that on board, that I'll just have to work out how to word that. But if there's concerns, I just think there'll be a way to manage that quite easily. I understand the intent of what's being asked there. So
yeah,
to put another layer of simplification so that it doesn't need to come to the council chambers.
Yeah, unless the officers were concerned about it or whatever, or didn't fit within the policy or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like to move that Council 1 support and participate if requested in events listed in the tree light calendar by amending the variable street lighting at the intersection of Mcdowell Street and Arthur Street, Roma. 2, distribute a media release to inform the community of the reason behind the colour change in tree lighting at the time of each event. 3, continue to be presented with any requests that are not currently listed on the tree light calendar for consideration. 4, be presented with budget estimate as part of 2022-23 budget deliberations to automate light programming and reduce the requirement for staff to attend out of hours to complete colour changes. And 5, be provided with a draft policy to help further streamline approvals for such requests. Okay, do we have a seconder?
Second that.
Councillor Edwards? Please go ahead.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Righto, thank you. So we've got a seconder, Councillor Edwards. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Councillor Hancock?
Yes, sorry, I had a glitch. Yes, I'm in favour.
Righto, 9-0.
Page 127.
Item 13.1, administration assistance for executive roles for volunteer incorporated associations. I would like to move that council receive and note the information presented in this report. And 2, look at this request as part of the Q3 budget review as assistance that could be provided in light of general assistance provided to specific groups. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Edwards will second that.
Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards is seconded. Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, just with the LDO's role, I know they help with grants with community groups, so you're looking just to add a little bit extra on that role. Like I know we've spoken about this in the past. The future of a lot of organisations in small towns are struggling whether it's the same executives doing numerous groups and stuff like that. So, so would this be just a little bit of administration help, like we have spoken about? If the funding's there, could we look at doing that?
Well, obviously, we obviously need to look at it as far as the Q3, whether it's a contract position or whether we could get advice whether the LDOs have enough time. I don't think it has to be the same for every single group. Like, for instance, this group auspices a lot of other groups. So this is actually assistance to a lot of groups in one, and it's a very demanding role. So rather than doing nothing, I think we need to put it in the Q3 review, and by all means look at whether we've got available time for our own staff to be able to volunteer to do this, or whether we look at, is it a budget amount, because we don't want people, things folding because there's not enough support to keep them going, and it has been raised by this group, which is sort of an umbrella group of a lot of other groups. Okay, Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just wonder what you mean by general assistance, because as Councillor, and so my question is what do you mean by that? Because as Councillor Burkett has raised, our LDOs and probably a lot of other officers give general assistance already to these groups, and so my concern is, before we have a look at the money, maybe we need to actually zero in on what assistance is actually required. And just for councillors' note, the SDDA has got their AGM coming up, and I believe all the executive positions will be filled. So just for councillors' note. So I guess what is general assistance? What exactly is that before we go and look at it, budgeting it? Because how can we budget it without knowing what the general assistance actually is?
Well, I'm happy to actually include the word administration assistance. because that's what has been requested. So, you know, there's a fair bit of throughput, and it would be about assistance in administration, obviously for either the secretary or treasurer's role. That's what I'm putting forward about this. So I would imagine that would also be through the CEO looking at if we do have staff that might be able to volunteer in that. I'll just hand over to you.
Just through the chair, look, it's not unusual that councillors do get asked whether they would provide secretariat support in relation to committees. Invariably what they do is if they have dedicated advisory committees, councillors will commit dedicated secretariat support to that and fund that. Certainly this is not a new idea. The reality is this committee is not one of your committees. It is an external committee of council, so there is a cost involved. The officers would be paid. They need to be paid under the award to do that work. That said, it is a case of that can be quantified if we can understand how many committees we need to serve, for how long and how often they meet, so that we can give you a budgetary figure that you can consider as part of a Q3 review and make your decision from there.
So is the seconder happy with the word administration put in there as far as administration assistance?
Whereabouts was that in point 2?
So in point 2, so it would read that look at this request as part of Q3 budget review for administration assistance instead of just assistance.
That could be provided in light of.
Yeah.
Not really sure if that makes sense. Wait a minute.
Look at the request as part of Q3 budget review for administration assistance that could be in light of.
That could be provided to specific groups, I suppose.
Well, it's actually, I'm sort of just moving for this one particular, actually the end bit should be in light of assistance provided to many groups. So they provide assistance as far as many groups under their auspices.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
that's fine.
So it's not just one group. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
correct. Go ahead, Councillor Edwards.
Can you hear me? That's fine by me.
Okay, yep, so the mover and the second is happy. Any opposition?
I just have another question, sorry, to be clear.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill and then Councillor Hancock.
So just in relation to point 2, look at this request as in we're just kicking it to the Q3 and no additional work will be done to develop a proposal.
Well, it's up to the CEO. I would hope that we would go away and look at the different options. Do you need any other wording in there, CEO?
Look, through the chair, if council would like to commit to this, you can commit to it as part of your voted recommendation, voted resolution today. But if you're asking the staff to go away and do some work for you, we can do that too. So some additional wording so that if we can quite simply look at this particular committee and give you a quantity, and if we just make sure that we capture that in the wording. So I'm just thinking on my feet here.
Look to investigate this request.
Yes, and investigate, this request.
No, not look, just investigate.
Investigate this request as part of the Q3 budget review for the Surattan District Development Association.
Yeah, SDDA, yep.
Yep. So investigate this request for administrative assistance as part of the Q3 budget review for the SDDA. That's simple enough.
Okay.
Is the seconder happy with that?
So I have a question, Mr Mayor, remember?
Yep, sure. I'll just confirm this about this motion first and then we'll go to your question.
Yeah, can I just wait until it's
Sure.
typed up, so.
My question is in relation to what's written in the motion, if that helps, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So I'm totally confused now because the original motion was to provide, to do it as part of the Q3 budget and in light of assistance to provide to many groups, and now we're saying we're just doing it to the SDDA. So I need to know which one it is. Is this just about the SDDA or is this about many groups? Because that obviously a huge different financial impact on council.
No, it's just about what this report is about the SDDA. So it's just SDDA. And that point, in light of the assistance provided to many groups under the SDDA. So this is just about the SDDA.
Oh, so, yeah, well then you don't need to worry about the groups under them because the groups under them are part of the SDDA.
No, but it just informs the motion that we're dealing with the benefit of many groups that are auspices by SDDA or under SDDA.
Yes.
So that's why that's in there.
So through the chair, just might be in through the chair, I think to capture those comments in light of their representation of the many groups in Surat.
No, not in Surat because it's not all Surat groups are not under the SDDA.
So I think auspices by SDDA.
Oh, okay, certainly through the chair, just in light of the many groups auspiced by SDDA, and that captures both intent, clarity for us to go away and do some costings specifically in relation to that, as well as a clear signal to the community if you resolve the motion that this is the reason you're doing that.
And what does in light of many groups? Wouldn't it be review for SDDA and the many groups? What does in light of the many groups mean?
In light of the many groups, so it's really just saying that it's not just one incorporated body, they auspices for other groups that obviously don't want to be an incorporated body by themselves.
So wouldn't it be the SDDA Association and their many groups? Or it just in light sounds real funny.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just really in saying that there is many groups auspices by the SDDA. I'm happy with that. Depends on the seconder. Is the seconder happy with that?
Yeah, I'm just still looking at it, sorry.
Sure.
That's why it's being typed up, so.
Right, so we've got a question.
So, investigate this request for administrative assistance, part of the Q3 budget review for Surat District Development Association and the many groups auspiced by SDDA. Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Okay, Councillor Taylor.
I'd just like to know, Councillor Hancock said that they have their AGM and it looks like they have a full executive body or committee. So what happens if they don't want you now?
They can write to council and do that. So we're just moving on a request that where it was written to by the association.
And in some of our report here, we actually have figures to say how much it would cost if we did help. So why would we have to look at it if we know what the cost is going to be?
Well, I would like to see that we also, with this motion, can look at it, what assistance could be done inside our organisation. It could be a way that we could volunteer, staff could volunteer and we could put a cost on that as part of any decision we make, either financially in Q3 or separate to that.
Doesn't it sort of come back to, though, if the community wanted, you know, it's about people stepping up for jobs, and I know it's really hard, but, you know, if there's people not prepared to do the job, well, then they lose it.
Yeah, I don't have that view. Let's have that in the debate. We've got a mover and a seconder.
Can I ask a question? Can I just ask for further clarification? Because as I read this report, it was about administration assistance for executive roles for volunteer incorporated organisations. I am very, very mindful that where it initiated from was a letter from SDDA. when I read through this in preparation for the meeting, I actually thought we're looking at supporting not just SDDA but the wider ramifications of other groups in the Maranoa. And we're looking at maybe support or considering all volunteer incorporated organisations within the Maranoa, because I think we've now narrowed it down to the original letter with this, which was SDDA, but I still think we need to be thinking wider and knowing that there's a multitude of very, very good organisations who at times struggle to fill office-bearing positions, and it may have relevance for them. So I think there's a two-part to this. So maybe my question is, are we just limiting this particular agenda item now to SDDA, or are we going to also consider the wider context of other groups?
Well, I would hope that we just deal with this motion and it's a bit of a pilot to see if it works. Not all associations need this, and also not all associations have the amount of volume that this comes. And I would hope that if community incorporated bodies are struggling to the point that it may become unattractive to serve. And also to the point about, I also know that sometimes people will sign up for it, but also be shocked at the amount of work involved, and that has happened in the past. So this could actually be a pilot of something that may or may not be needed, and we hope that, community groups go through different stages and it may not be needed. Okay, so we have a motion. Councillor O'Neill.
Mayor, just in light of the information that Councillor Hancock's just shared with respect to the AGM, I just wonder would it be appropriate to investigate this request pending a discussion with the organisation after their AGM for administrative assistance, rather than the staff going off to investigate now, or not having a conversation with SDDA and coming back. If the investigation, I imagine, will be informed pending the outcome of their annual general meeting.
Yeah.
Just no, can I suggest we ask the LDO her view on it, please?
Okay, yeah, we can hear from the LDO.
I have spoken to the Secretary of the SCDA and she confirmed that the vacant position of Treasurer has been filled and will be formally adopted at their meeting this Thursday, and that she will also be carrying on the position of Treasurer, of Secretary, and there is also a President in place. Just to clarify, their original letter actually stated that not just administrative assistance for executive roles for them, but it did state in their letter for volunteer incorporated organisations. So their letter didn't just say they wanted assistance for themselves, that was the wording from their letter, their request. But they have a full executive which will be confirmed this Thursday night at their AGM.
Through you, Mr Mayor, well, can we look at, after hearing that, can we, Councillor Guthrie's point, just change it to all, and that way we do have a pro forma, like a pilot program that, if needed in the future, because you're right, every committee might, some people are proud of what they do and they might want help, so if we take the SDDA out and just put it to a general, pilot program for whatever in the future, it might encompass everyone then. Yeah, it says there, it does say all volunteer incorporated organisations in the Maranoa Council area, so.
I think we've got to start with something, and do we know, is the, as far as positions of who wrote the letter, do we know whether that's changed or is it the same people?
The Secretary, Jennifer Sminister, is the person that sent the letter in to Council, and it was Jennifer that I spoke to, so, yeah.
Okay, so that request is still current if they haven't.
And she confirmed that they now have a full executive, so.
Okay, so I'm happy to go with the original motion. I don't mind looking at it in the bigger scheme, but I think at this as a pilot is an opportunity. And if it's not needed, then obviously council can withdraw it. I'm happy to have the point in about have a discussion after the AGM, but I do think it needs to be on the SDDA. If we want it wider than that, I'm happy to add a point to look at it for other groups, but I do think that it takes quite some time before we get around to it, so I think we've got to keep going so we've got a plan in case we've got this issue or another issue in the future. Because people can take on the position and then shocked at how much time it's involved and you've still got the same issue. So what have we got there?
Mr Mayor, you're going back to the original officer's recommendation, did you say?
No, exactly what I've got there, but Councillor O'Neill suggested to put in to have a discussion after the AGM. Yeah. And Councillor Guthrie, did you want to have anything else about any other groups?
I'd like to have a third point that basically invites other groups within the Maranoa, should they likewise be in a situation being able to, or unable to find office bearers, that they have access to this. So I think it's about equity and about recognising that each group has a different community that they represent and have various or varying degrees of being able to fill positions. So I'd like to invite other groups, Kel, that's Whitmore, to reach out to council if they do find themselves in the circumstances of requiring administrative assistance.
So would that be if they are struggling that they'd write to council or something? Would it be like that?
Maybe not the word struggling, because that has connotations of that I don't think is relevant. It's more about should they find themselves in similar circumstances or something like that. Similar difficult circumstances or...
Through you, Mr Mayor, I can see where Councillor Guthrie's going, but I think that might open up a big can of worms. If we reach out, we might be inundated with every sort of sport community group in the Shire. I just thought if we go with all volunteer and corporate organisations, like if we can encompass that, and then so we've got it if they do, but if we encourage everyone, we'll end up selling raffle tickets for them.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Joe.
Councillor Hancock.
I too, I was comfortable with the first 2 points. I'm feeling very uncomfortable now with number 3, not because I don't want to be equitable across the region. I do. The difference is we have to make sure that we're doing oranges with oranges. The SDDA is a group that auspices many groups under the body, and so as you said, Mr Mayor, that's why we were trying to have that. If we were going to open this up to all groups in the Maranoa, I think that before we go and take this to a Q3 report, we actually need to develop a policy. Because if we open this up to all the groups, we have to be able to afford it, and we'll have to develop a policy to do this because there's going to have to be when we can help and when we can't help. This scares me just to do a blanket. Yep, let's open it up right across. Not because I don't want to support, because there's no policy attached to it.
Okay, so, well, I think 1 and 2 is about actually, it is a pilot anyway if we consider it, and then we can, obviously, if we do it for one and others have the same need, then council can look at it. So, Councillor Guthrie, do you mind if we just leave 3 out or at the moment, or do you want to change it? Or?
My suggestion might be that we consider laying it on the table if we've got an SDDA AGM tomorrow night. As Di mentioned, the LDO mentioned with the positions, we may be spending a lot of time discussing something that really will be resolved tomorrow night, and may then be something that we do look at down the track and look at from a whole region point of view and budget considerations, etc. But I am happy to have the third one taken out and be very, very mindful that other groups will be watching this and mindful that they do, if they circumstances were warranted, they wish to make a request.
Okay, well, I'm still keen to keep going with it because I think we need to do the groundwork even if we don't need it. I think point 2 has got in there that if we don't need it, it won't go any further, so that'll solve what Councillor Guthrie's saying, but if it is needed, it keeps going in case we do have this extreme need in the community somewhere. So is the seconder happy with point 1 and 2?
Yes, I'm certainly in favour of keeping this going.
Right.
Yes.
So we've got to move. Let's get into the debate. Okay, so I do believe if you want to burn someone out, give them a massive job that they're doing as a voluntary person. And this has actually been written to, it's been requested. If it's not needed, there is a clause in there that if it's not needed, otherwise it will be developed, look inside our organisation and outside to be able to say, what could it be? Is it something? I know that there is small arrangements that could make a big difference in extending the life of our volunteers. And if people, you know, get really worn down, they never want to have anything to do with an association again. And I think that's very sad. I think we need to really just focus on, let's get something even started. We may not need it, but let's get something going so we're able to consider it and throw it up in the air as part of Q3 review. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Does anyone else wish to speak for the motion?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to speak for the motion now that we have changed the motion to investigate this request and pending discussions with the organisation. I think we do need to work out exactly what administration assistance that this group needs, and therefore from that basis we can form a policy that may in future be able to assist other groups. So I'm really very happy that this resolution has included that we're investigating it and we're going to have a discussion. We're not just going to go and do it without fully knowing the financial implications to the Maranoa Regional Council.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks very much. Initially I wasn't going to support this as it stood, but I think after the discussion we've had, we've got to a place, at least from my perspective, where I'm comfortable to support it. I do want to preempt the decision of the AGM tomorrow night and say all credit to the SDDA to fill their entire executive. Obviously when the request came in to council, it wasn't looking likely and they were seeking support from council, but good on them for going out and finding new people to play roles within their organisation. I think this conversation should be continued though at another point in the not too distant future as to where council can work with their community groups, and I suspect through the LDOs, in empowering more volunteers. You know, too often we hear from community groups in our region that you know, volunteerism is dying, we're not getting enough volunteers. Well, here's an example from Surat where that's going against the commentary, against the trend, and I think wherever we can as a council we should be supporting community groups and empower them, because I know you know, people around this table volunteer with multiple organisations and have for many years, and it is incredibly rewarding. And if we can illustrate to our community members that, you know, may just need that little bit of encouragement to put their hand up to be involved in some of these wonderful community groups, then that's a role that we should be playing, and again, all credit to SDDA.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against?
I just, Councillor Edwards here, yeah, I'd endorse all those comments too. And I even think the subject of this matter, or the matter we're talking about here, could even go further. Talking about not just executive roles, but volunteer roles in incorporated associations, and also in the bigger picture. I think that it should be supported at all different levels of government as well. So whether or not that has happened or whether it's happening, but I certainly support today's discussions. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against? I'll just sum up. I certainly agree with the comments. I do really want to highlight burnout and where people take on a position but they may only last 1 year, or they don't even last that because the amount of workload, because everyone is busy and working and so forth. So I really think making an enjoyable experience without taking too much time up for very time-heavy positions, I believe is something that we need to look at this, and this would be start of perhaps a pilot, and then we could look at it, because this may be, like some groups may, you know, take advantage of our council grants, whereas this could be more important than even council grants to other groups, is to be able to take the pressure off the executive of volunteers. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
All those against? 8-1 if I'm called for a division. Item 13.2, commercial use of local government controlled area, request to set up a marketing trailer stall. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I move the council approve the request to set up a commercial marketing trailer stall at Roma Sayards in accordance with the hire of Roma Sayards policy and the following conditions. 1, the land is to be used by the applicant for the parking of the marketing trailer stall only, and 2, the frequency be conditioned to the first 1 day of each month and specialty sale bull sales, and 3, the marketing trailer stall is to be set up on the northwestern area adjacent to the stud stock selling arena, and 4, the applicant is to provide waste collection containers for the site, and such containers are to be taken from the site upon departure. 5, the vehicle and mobile trailer must not impede traffic entering or leaving the Sayards facility. 6, council has the ability to revoke this approval any time by written notice. 7, the applicant must retain public liability insurance of $20 million for the duration of this approval, of which council is to retain a copy of such document. 8, the duration of this approval is from March 2022 up to and including Tuesday the 13th of December 2022, and the hours of operation will be from 8 AM to 2 PM.
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
Can I just ask a question to the officers? With point 4, is that a history that we need that about provide waste collection containers for the site? Because that seems to be perhaps onerous for a micro business, and I'm just wondering, has there been any history, or is that just a standard and could it be taken out?
Thank you for the question there. It is a standard condition that we've had there for last year when the provider did come through. There hasn't been any objection to the conditions that have been previously proposed. So that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
As the mover, I've just got a question as well. Point 2, the frequency be conditioned to the first 1 day of each month. Is that frequency of condition be the first sale day of each month? Because the first 1 day, I'm now confused, even though I moved it. Should be the same.
Would you like to change it to a sale day?
Well, does that make sense to everyone else if it's sale?
Yeah.
It is, all right, yeah, I'm changing that to sale.
Okay, is the seconder happy with that? Yes. Right. Okay, does anyone?
Just a
Please go ahead.
Just with that, Councillor O'Neill, and I don't have an opinion either way, but just taking it actually. Sorry, I'm getting replay. It actually says first 1 day of each month and specialty sales, bull sales. So does that change that? Because is the bull sales not on? I just bearing in mind it might not be just about the sale. It might be about bull sales as well. I don't know.
Yeah, first sale day and specialty sales.
So that's
Yeah, so it's as well. So the bull sales are separate. So it's one sale day a month plus the bull sale.
okay. Thank you.
Righto. Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
Happy to support this recommendation. The applicant has taken a hobby and turned it into a business, and that should be all credit to Brian Newman for what he's done in as a small business operator in our region. I think our sale yards is a perfect location to sell his product. And for us to support it will be an indication that we back small business in our community.
Does anyone else wish to speak for the motion? I'd definitely like to speak for the motion. I do believe it's probably, Mr. Newman is probably a micro business, and one of the wonderful things, he makes things in the Maranoa, and they are what I would call a true local piece that you can buy and take away. And he's keeping basically handcrafted history going and providing that obviously in a great environment at the sale yards, which has a connection to what he makes and sells. So yeah, certainly support this, and the more of this we can do, it's great for visitors to the Maranoa that they can also be able to keep connection with this piece of history. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover wish to sum up? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
He will already be on the committee. You can amend that to include him if you need to.
As a deputy?
As the, I can easily say. Yep. As co. And, sorry. He will already be part of the committee.
Okay, I'd like to, 14.1, Local Disaster Management Group, LDMG, appointment of executive position. I'd like to move that Council approve the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer, Weena Marks, to the executive position of Local Disaster Coordinator, and the Deputy Director, Cameron Hoffman, as a delegate to the LDMG. Just to clarify that, he already comes to meetings and so forth, but actually have that in the motion. 2, authorise the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to formally notify the District Disaster Coordinator and Queensland Fire and Emergency Services of the new appointments. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to undertake as a matter of priority any outstanding training required as the Local Disaster Coordinator role. Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'd like to move that, approve the appointment of Cameron Hoffman to the executive position of the Local Disaster Coordinator, for the pure reason that I think the Chief Executive Officer is only interim, and as such, I also believe that as the CEO, if there is some sort of local disaster in the Maranoa, that the CEO's job, respectfully, would be to make sure her organisation runs smoothly. So I believe the Deputy Director, Cam Hoffman, has all that it takes to actually be the executive position of that.
Okay, so I don't accept that amendment, but we will test the amendment. So it won't automatically be the motion. Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor O'Neill. Does the mayor wish to speak to the amendment?
Just clarifying the amendment.
Yeah,
Clarifying, Mayor, would we, with this amendment, just so I know exactly what we're doing, the amendment would then have point 3 removed?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd imagine. So the amendment is approve the appointment of Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman to the executive position of Local Disaster Coordinator. Okay, so would you like to speak to the motion?
I just have great respect for our Deputy Director. I think he does a marvellous job. I think he knows our region far better than, with respect, the CEO is only new. Cameron has been on that team, and as you said, he always goes to the meetings anyway. And I just feel we're more confident in the fact that he would be able to run that committee with a lot more local knowledge than the CEO. And as I said, the CEO is only interim, so therefore we would then have to turn around and do this all again. Well, why would we do that when we have someone that can do the job extremely well, I believe.
Just explain that's an invalid motion. Look, Councillor Taylor, I just need to explain that that's an invalid motion because...
You might just have to speak a bit closer to it. Just kiss it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's an invalid motion because Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman is already the local area coordinator, and that is because under the Act you need to appoint somebody, and when Rob Hayward resigned as acting CEO, we needed to appoint somebody into that position, and we appointed Cameron Hoffman into that position. So he's currently the coordinator. So if the aim of the motion is to retain him, the motion would be to retain the Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman as the local disaster coordinator for the Maranoa region. So the reason you've got this motion before you is because under the Act, the Chief Executive Officer is the local disaster coordinator, and because I was an acting CEO and I was also a contract position, we chose to put forward the nomination of the Deputy Director because he was a permanent staff member. So you might wish to amend your amendment, but he is currently the disaster coordinator.
Yes, I'd like to retain the fact that the Deputy Director is the executive position of the local disaster.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so that, if we scroll back up, that covers that in point 1 then, doesn't it? Oh, say if you change it from delegate, keep his role as well. Okay.
So we're just dealing with an amendment at the moment. So the amendment is to retain the Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman to the executive position of local coordinator for the Maranoa region. Okay, so is the seconder happy with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, would you like to speak to the motion? I did. Okay. Well, I'll speak against the motion. I do believe, worked with Cameron Hoffman for many years. I do believe as the coordinator he's doing a great job. I do believe that we need to have our most senior staff on for this position. So having the CEO in this position, I believe, will add to the disaster management LDMG, and also have all the benefits of Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman in support. This also allows the coordinator to go away and do a lot of the legwork that needs to be done. and I believe they would work as a good team, as well as all the other appointments to the LDMG. Okay, so does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Yeah, sure.
Can I ask if Deputy Director Cameron this has been raised with him, by the way?
I have not raised it with Deputy Director, I don't believe. Does anyone else wish to speak about that?
I could speak to the motion.
Okay, so yeah, to me, this has actually happened because Rob Hayward has left, and so we have to decide this. Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to support the amendment that Councillor Taylor has put in seconding it. And I'm supporting it because the role of the local disaster coordinator, in my experience, is incredibly important. And it's important because in times of natural disaster, we need people in that role that have not just the skills and experience, which I'm sure the interim CEO brings to the role, but also the local knowledge. I was there when Council made the decision many years ago now to appoint Rob Hayward as Director and the Deputy CEO at the time into this particular role because of the onerous task of ensuring that the required training is undertaken that is needed in times of disaster, which allowed the then CEO, Julie Retardo, to continue to run the organisation. That worked for me. I think it can work again. I think having a council functioning at its highest level in times of a disaster is paramount to ensuring our community gets through a disaster. There is no better person to do that than the highest office holder in terms of the bureaucracy, and that's the CEO. And if they can have support of someone equally high in our organisation, and in this case it would be the Deputy Director, who has been the Deputy Local Disaster Coordinator for some time now, I think that puts our community in a very safe place. It is in the Act here, the Disaster Management Act, that it is up to the chairperson of the local group, which is obviously the mayor after consulting with the chief executive, to appoint either the CEO or an employee of the relevant local government. The deputy director in this case is an employee of the relevant local government, and I think it would be the right outcome to retain him in that role, particularly right now that we are in a period where we have historically, at this time of year, received significant rainfall. I wouldn't like to see that change, and I think having our interim CEO continue obviously doing her role as the CEO and having our Deputy Director as the Local Disaster Coordinator will complement one another, and there will be a continuity which will give the confidence to the community that we've got this in hand if in fact we do come under a disaster situation. So I'll heartily support the amendment moved by Councillor Taylor.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
I intend to
I do.
against it because I don't see that it's a either or. I think it should be both on the position in working with the local disaster role and complementing the two people complementing and having double bang for buck, because I think both can work together. And I think to exclude one and have one person only take on a very important role like that, I don't think is going to be the best course long term.
Okay, Councillor Hancock, did you want to speak?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. In the Mayor's words, he's worked with Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman for many years, and in this position as he's been involved with the disaster management. So not as in the position of the coordinator, because that has been a recent one. Obviously, when our former Deputy CEO left, and Cameron Hoffman took on the role. So if he has been doing that, and he's been doing the job very, very well, I don't understand why we would basically remove him from that position and replace him. I agree, and we're going to replace him. And with all due respect to our CEO, it is an interim role at this stage. It's not a permanent position, so this very well may change in 10 or 11 months' time. That concerns me. That concerns me because we're going to go through the process of training up our CEO, and then it could change again when we actually have someone within our organisation that is fully trained, who is already doing the job, and he's already doing the job with excellence. So I don't understand why we would remove him from that job when he's doing it with excellence. He has been a local boy in the Maranoa for many years, so his knowledge of the disaster management is right where we need it to be. I also agree it is a partnership. It is 100% a partnership between the CEO and the local disaster coordinator. It is two together, but they will always work together. And I 100% agree that the CEO in times of disaster needs to be the one who is focusing on her organisation and the organisation to keep them going, and then have that support of somebody who is free to be able to focus on the local disaster coordinator. That is the partnership that we need for the Maranoa to ensure the continuity of the services that we need to deliver our region, and for the safety and for the experience of the Maranoa community. I honestly believe that this is the best decision, this amendment, with putting Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman as the local disaster coordinator, is the best for the Maranoa, for the safety of the Maranoa, and that's why I support this.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. I've listened to everything you said, and I've the greatest respect for Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman, and he's doing a great job where he is. He's doing a great job, about another 27 jobs. Do we keep piling him on top of him and burning him out, or do we just leave him hold along as he's going now until we can get some help from him?
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment?
Yes.
What about on, I don't know, on an amendment to sum up. Okay, before we go to the vote.
We have.
Right, okay.
Not that I've got a lot to say, because some councillors in the room say it so well, but not to put him in this position, it would be wrong. He needs to go in this position. And as Councillor McMullen said, yes, he does have 1,000 jobs to do, but he does them so well, and he just thrives, and he just works so hard for the Maranoa. I just think this is just one job that he would enjoy, that he would be good at, and that we should let him have a go at. It's not probably going to be possible because I can count the votes, but I just really feel that he would be perfect for this position.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment?
Yes. Yes.
All those against?
Against.
Okay, so lost 3-6 if I can call for a division. Okay, and we go back to the original motion. Does everyone understand what it is? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook, any opposition?
Got a question.
Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Just in relation to point 3, because I imagine you're including that in your substantive resolution. It says here, any outstanding training required. Is it possible to understand what that outstanding training required is before we make a decision?
Through the chair, just to give you some clarity here, it's the Act that actually asks us to appoint the CEO or any of their delegates into this position. So in relation to training, the local disaster management group, for all the participants in the training, undertake a schedule of training throughout every year. And so it would be refresher training, because I have been trained in your region, as you know before. So it would be just updating that training, and it may well be just adding a module here and there, but I am fully trained from a Queensland perspective as well as other jurisdictions. So most likely updating a refresher in relation to the overall disaster management plan with the local group. It would be if there's an updated policy changes around QRA or recovery or those kind of things, it would be updating that. And it would be looking at the training that I have done and how long that's valid for and when that needs to be done. But that schedule of training should be offered to that group all year, every year. So it is just coordinating that, and that's for everybody that sits on that group.
Okay, so moving on, we've got a mover and a seconder. I'll speak to the motion. Certainly have worked with Cameron, Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman, for a long time. I believe this motion lets him free to be able to focus on so much detail that's in disaster management, and he has been doing that. The director, the former director and deputy CEO used to give him that freedom. So I believe this appointment will keep that going. As far as watching this, there's no heavier responsibility than I have in being able to make sure that as the LDMG chair, that I focus on all risks that would try keep all of the people of the Maranoa safe. And it does weigh on my mind. It is a serious responsibility, and I do believe that having the CEO in this position will enhance the team. And obviously for the people that are not here, we have, if this is passed, that Weena Marks will be Local Disaster Coordinator. Cameron Hoffman, Deputy Director, will be heavily involved, as well as we have our officer, Gemma Lyons, which does an enormously important job, and that's a team that will be going forward if this is supported. I'd also like to just say Section 35(1) of the Disaster Management Act 2003 states that the chairperson of the local group must, after consulting with the Chief Executive Officer, appoint the Chief Executive Officer or employee to the relevant local government as a local disaster coordinator of the group. And under the legislation, the chair of the local disaster management group of the LDMG is the mayor. So in point 2, the chairperson of the local group may appoint a person mentioned subsection 1 as local disaster coordinator of the group only if it's satisfied the person has the necessary expertise or experience to be a local disaster coordinator. And I do believe that our CEO can handle that, and it will be a great team for the Maranoa, because we have a large amount of rain that is landing in the state. Thankfully, it has not been in our area, and I don't wish it on the people that have received it. But we do have some risks and challenges that we have been working through, and I believe that we need the best team on the park. Okay, so does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I did give this a long, hard thought, and there was a lot of valid points raised. But I think, like Councillor Guthrie, having the best of both worlds at the top, and as we know in this organisation, some people might be here next week or someone might be sick, so it's always good to have not only that experience and that leadership, but also the drive and the local knowledge. So I think it's the best of both worlds, and I'm a huge fan of Cameron Hoffman. I'm still struggling why he's got that deputy in front of that director's role, but that's another day, but I think this is the best of both worlds, and I think the area's in good hands.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to...
I can't hear.
There's been levies and things sunk at the town. Would we have gone under had we had that amount of rain?
Okay,
Do we reckon adjourn for morning tea and answer that question?
yeah. We might adjourn for morning tea. Councillor Hancock, there was a question from the gallery, so we might adjourn for morning tea and we can have a discussion about that. It's going to be difficult for you to hear that unless we put you on the phone, perhaps.
Well, I'll just stay on the meeting, Mr. Mayor, because I didn't hear the question. I'd like to hear the question, so I'll just stay on the meeting and maybe you can use the microphones.
Yeah, righto. Okay, so we'll just adjourn the meeting at 10:41 and we'll come back. Okay, so we had a motion. We'll just pull that motion up. I just clarify and change point 1, Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman as Deputy Local Disaster Coordinator, because that's what I'm informed he is now, so that will just continue instead of Delegate.
Yeah, that works better.
Okay, now who was the second? Councillor Ladbrook, are you in favour of that?
Yep, that's fine.
Does everyone understand that?
Sorry, I thought we'd already taken the vote on this.
No, we haven't taken a vote.
No.
We never did any vote before we went to
Right
morning
before we
tea.
Right before the vote.
Right before.
We voted on the amendment.
Yeah. So does everyone understand the motion that we're voting on? I'll just read point 1 again. Approve the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer Edwina Mark to the executive position of Local Disaster Coordinator and the Deputy Director Cameron Hoffman as Deputy Local Disaster Coordinator, which he is now. 2, authorise the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to formally notify the District Disaster Coordinator and the Queensland Fire and Emergency Services of the new appointments. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to undertake as a matter of priority any outstanding training required as the Local Disaster Coordinator role. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against?
Yes.
6-3 if I call for a division. Okay, I'd like to move an amendment to change the agenda for the next item to be C1 as a procedural motion to consider it next. Do we have a seconder? I don't need one. Right, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
I think you do need a second on changing agenda items.
Okay, so there you are. You were happy to second it. Deputy Mayor seconds it. So it's 9. We'll go to the vote again. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0. Okay, so we're on to C1, and now I previously declared a conflict on C1, so I don't believe I need to do it again.
It's declaring first and then going.
Declaring a conflict, but I will be leaving the room and ask the Deputy Mayor to take over whilst if you've got to deal with C1. So, and I'll just ask if the gallery would like to, if you're welcome to come out to the deck, and I'll be out there and we're going to have a chat while they're doing that, as this will be closed session eventually. Okay, Deputy Mayor, if you'd like to take over.
I've got a conflict as well.
Oh, Mark's got a conflict as well.
Okay, Councillor Edwards, you've got a conflict as well, have you?
Yes, and I'll just read it out again.
Hang on, do we get the microphone as well?
Well, I can do that one then. I'll do that one, because we're still doing conflict. I'll hand over to you. Councillor Edwards, have you done it before? The conflict?
Yeah, I think, well, I would have done, but I'll,
Righto, okay.
it's the same thing, yeah, but anyway, I'll read it out again.
Righto, go ahead.
I've got a Councillor Edwards declaration of interest item C1, description is P&E appeal. I think it's 29012, sorry. P&E appeal 2901 of 2021. Declaring Councillor Mark Edwards, person with the interest related party, close associate and other relationship as myself and Leichhardt Group accountants. Particulars of interest are employed by the Leichhardt Group. The Leichhardt Group has a professional relationship with an entity which has been identified in the report. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action, I will leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, no other conflicts? I'll hand over to the Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Can I suggest we won't want to be using them, can't, this too much, will we?
You don't have to, we're gonna offer Joe. Maybe Danielle, if you sit close to that, you'll pick up the,
I just thought this might be allowed for people in the.
if they sit close to the.
If they stand there, that hopefully Mark and even.
Well, we got to be able to hear them too.
Yeah.
Well,
You can.
I was gonna make the suggestion that you sit in front of where the microphone is, because it won't be on camera anyway, because we're going into the committee, which you probably need us to go into committee.
I move the motion, I move we will go into close. All in favour?
I'll second.
Don't we have to have reasons for going into close, the Deputy Mayor?
Okay, I'll move. In accordance with the provision of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the Council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its Council has considered necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed, an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. For this session will be C1. P&E appeal 2901 of 2021. I have a mover. I've moved it. Have a second, sorry. Councillor O'Neill. Any objections? All those in favour?
Yes.
7-0. Thank you.
Council 1 authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to attend the mediation meeting on behalf of Council, Council legal representation, with the intention to bring back any recommendations to Council at its next available ordinary meeting.
Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Taylor. Any opposition to the motion? Anyone wish to speak? All those in favour?
Yes.
7-0. Thank you. Yes, please. The Mayor and how we someone text Mark?
Yeah.
You come back with enjoyment of the aircon.
Yeah, we only came back because the air conditioning's on, isn't that right?
Wondering if that was meant to put there must be another bit where we have to.
I know that what the district likes to see is but I mean the reality is that you have a committee, you have a vacancy basically in the CEO, and that you report somebody, right? So who that is up to council, or you know.
Are we on 14.3?
Okay, so we're
Jump into
back onto page 142.
14.2.
142.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got two councillors online, I'd imagine.
Yes.
Okay, we'll keep going. Okay, 14.2, Tooloombilla Radio, in-kind assistance request. Deputy Mayor.
I would like to ask a question first.
Please.
Well, thanks. We don't have our own generator anymore, I believe, is that correct?
Yes, we do.
Go back a few months, the Roma Pony Club had been borrowing it each year and they asked for it and they said there's no generator anymore. They were told there's no generator.
I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor, I was never told of that request. I'm sorry, but yes, we do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Mayor. Yeah, Councillor Burkett.
I was just going to read.
Righto, okay, so go ahead.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that Council 1 approve the request of in-kind assistance for the provision of a generator and power boards for the Tooloombilla Radio and Campcraft Association to pick up and return to Mitchell. Use of water truck and driver for the event. Provision of equipment for Tooloombilla Radio Campcraft Association to do the slashing of the radio grounds. 2, be acknowledged in all forms of promotion of the event. And 3, allocate the costs associated with the in-kind assistance to General Ledger 2887 2245 2001 ongoing assistance budget.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I just think this organisation, I think it's probably 50 years or either side of 50 years it's been going for, and it's a great organisation because they provide much needed funds for the Royal Flying Doctors and the Mitchell and Engine Ambulance, which I'm sure at one point or another we've all used it. So I think any assistance we can get to this group is well needed.
Yeah, I'll speak for the motion. I certainly believe in this. I'd also like to see that as part of other support we've approved from council that we're looking at generators that can be borrowed for community groups. So I'd certainly like to see if things are not up to spec or we can have units available that we get those sorts of reports back to council for the full council to consider, because I certainly see there's opportunity, but this obviously makes this happen. So I think we need to look at the present and the future as well. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Okay.
Yeah, no, I just think with all these small outlying communities, the more help we can give them, the better for everyone.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against? Then I'll ask whether the member wishes to sum up.
Yes, Mr Mayor, just one thing I did notice in the letter from the Secretary that they asked for the road to be, the Forest Isle Road to be slashed up and that's all done. So, yeah, just to say, reiterate what I was saying before, but they're also an awesome committee. Like, they're probably one of the best best groups and executives, and they've got really good numbers and they all pull in together, and that's what being out in these little areas are all about. So I'd just like to congratulate them on that.
Okay, then on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
Page 150.
Thank you. Item 14.3, Maranoa Netball Association request for assistance. Yeah, we've got a question. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry. He's looking at you, too.
They weren't looking at me, but he went with Thank you, that's all right.
I'd just like to ask, Mcdowell, it's the estimated cost of $3,000 to assistance to the regional events work order number. How much is in that fund?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. The budget's $10,000 annually, and it's around 7,000 a month.
We haven't, we haven't touched it.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Darren. I'm happy to move it, but I've just got a question first. Just in relation to 1A of the resolution, it's got the carnival to be held on the 17th of July 2020 with the 4 temporary courts. When would they be cordoned off? And I asked the question just in relation to events that will be happening at the Bassett Park in May.
Thanks for your question, Councillor O'Neill. Look, I don't have to answer that question. I just wondered whether there's anything that Director Runn might have to add to the staff. There was an on-site meeting.
Thanks for the question. The short answer is that we will need to do some preparatory work for a 4th court, grass court. That work would need to start very shortly if we have any chance of preparing a surface that would be available for either, at the very minimum, to be a practice court, with a view to possibly being a full court for it to play. So yes, there would be an area that we would need to pull them off, and it would be up.
Sorry to interrupt, but I can't hear. I'm sorry, that microphone is either really quiet or it's cutting in and out. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I've got the same problem.
You have to give the microphone down.
Sorry about that.
Darren?
Okay, well, probably, I'm just wondering, Councillor Ladbroke, if we're going to, because I've got a question, is it something that you might want to declare a conflict on this one? Because it may be something that, not necessarily on that motion, but it may go into something that might be more direct. So I'll just pass it over to you.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, was Darren explaining, he was answering a question to Councillor O'Neill, or is that part of it?
Yeah, but I don't have a conflict. I think
Darren.
Yeah, so Councillor Ladbroke's going to declare first and then we'll finish hearing from the Director.
Item number is 14.3 and the description is Maranoa Netball Association request for assistance. The person of interest, the declaring officer, councillor is Councillor Ladbroke, and the person with the interest that myself, being a member of the Roman Turf Club, and my wife Alana was president of the Roman Show Society. Type of interest and declarable conflict of interest, and the action I will take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay. Just wait for Councillor Ladbroke to leave the room. Okay, he's left the room. I've got the thumbs up. So,
Darren.
yeah, sure. Okay, so we'll just hear from the Director.
I think, Darren, we're going to use that microphone for Darren because it's the louder one to answer the question. I'm going to ask it.
So thank you for the question. The issue is that we will need to be closing that area off essentially once a decision is made. It will take a period of time to actually top dress the surface back out to a point that would make it a playing or a very minimum practice surface, and we wouldn't be wanting to see other use of that site while that was particularly happening.
So Just to follow up, so in the resolution it's got including a total of 4 temporary courts. Are they cordoned off now?
Then the 3 that are presently in place are not. So this one will actually, by my understanding, will fall in behind in a slightly different, or be in a 90-degree angle to the current ones, so I understand the current proposal and what we might be able to do with it. So, yeah, we haven't got them cordoned off at the moment, but the preparatory work for them, there will still be some with that, but it's not significant.
Just further questions if I can. So, is it possible, I accept that there needs to be a bit of a lead time in to start the work. Is it possible to start that work but still open up that area for the week of the show, which might undo a little bit of the work, hopefully not all of it, and then once the show's finalised in the second week of May, then more activity and works will be undertaken to get ready for July.
I think that the issue is going to become, Councillor, through the chair, that we're going to run out of what's going to be premium grass growing season. That any additional work that we would need to do to get that surface regenerated afterwards would be more challenging if we're getting into cooler months. So I do have a concern that if we weren't able to essentially close that off and be able to get that into a point of getting the maintenance down and into it and keeping it that way, that we might not get the surface back to a speed.
So Mayor, I'll foreshadow, I'm happy to move something, but it will have a change to 1A. So if you want me to try that now.
Yeah, please go ahead.
All right, so let's get some dates here. So I'll move the council support Maranoa Netball Association with their request to provide 12 courts, including a total of 4 temporary grass courts for their inter-district netball carnival to be held on the 17th of July. B, on changing. That works to add the additional 4 temporary grass courts. Begin on the 10th of May, Tuesday the 10th of May.
Councillor O'Neill, I'm just wondering, could we not be pumping a lot of benefit into it now and then ask the Show Us Society for what time they need before the event and then open it up for the show and then...
I'm happy with that. Works to start immediately. Works to start immediately and to include full access to the site for the lead up to end the period of the Rome show. And the old B would become C, which is C, provide council's portable toilet block to be located next to the existing netball courts car park for the inter-district netball carnival to be held on the 17th of July 2022. 2, assign associated costs with providing 4 temporary grass courts, including line marking of all 4 grass courts and installation of 2 additional post sleeves and netball posts, and portable toilet block estimated at $3,000 to assistance to regional events work order 14482.2537. 3, request Maranoa Netball Association acknowledge council's contribution in all advertising associated with this event and during the inter-district netball carnival.
Okay, we have a question or a seconder?
I'm happy to second it. Just a question. I was worried what was going to be on that area during the show, and Councillor Neil informs me it's the cattle section, which is probably a good thing and a bad thing. There's a bit of fertiliser, but I'm worried that going to put a lot of good work behind.
Cattle trucks.
Cattle trucks.
Okay. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Did you have a seconder?
I'm a second.
No, just, I'll go, start you.
Yeah. Righto.
Question.
No, I'm just gonna, I'll wait and see if anyone wants to, I'm gonna talk against it.
Righto. Okay, so we got a motion. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak in favour of what I've moved. I fully support the Netball Association. I think what they bring to our town in terms of these carnivals is fantastic. You can see in the report the dollar value that our region benefits from is quite significant, and so we must work in the best we can to ensure that we are attracting these carnivals, working with them and ensuring that they are successful. Equally, the Roma Show is a huge event on our calendar. The cattle section of the Roma Show is only here 2 of every 3 years because of our show coinciding with Beef Week, and the cattle section is back this year. That area where the investment has been made into the netball courts, there was significant negotiations between the users of Bassett Park because of the permanency of that development. We're now starting to encroach out of that to include grass courts, which was always the plan, but it was to ensure that we were working together with the user groups to make sure that events like I've just discussed can go ahead. The section that we're talking about will have, people that are showing their cattle will be parked there. The cattle won't be on there necessarily, they'll be in the stalls. But I think we've got to do our best to make sure both of these events can go ahead. We've made provisions in other areas of that end of Bassett Park to accommodate what has been the loss of parking for show visitors, and in particular the cattle section where the permanent netball courts have been. But we do need the area in which would be earmarked for the grass court. So I think we do need to work as hard as we can to ensure that both of these events can go ahead and be a success for their organisations.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? We'll just...
Thanks. Look, I agree with everything Councillor Hancock. We definitely need to do it, but my question is, will there be a significant cost to prepare this court prior to the show, or we're going to spend a heap of money before the show and the trucks go in there, which I think would be better if the court was already established at the right level, but do we put the upgrade off until the show actually finishes? I know you said about the growing weather, Director Darren, but yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you. Through the chair, I do foreshadow that look, we can attempt all of this, and I do acknowledge both entities on trying to get use of that space in the best way that we can. I suppose all that I've really got to say in that is that should we allow the area that we start preparation on it and there's damage to it, that I foreshadow that we may not be able to get back to a point, and that's just a risk that we would ultimately have to take. We'd do everything that we could to get the surface back in a playable condition. The only other option that I could see, which I understand may not be a preferred option for netball, was that if there was so much damage to the site, that whether we could look at, and I know it's not preferred, as to whether 2 courts might be available to be used in, for example, inside the PCYC building, and that we provide a bus to ferry them backwards and forwards. That would be the only other option that I could see if the damage was too great.
Okay. So does anyone want to speak against the motion or for the motion? I'll speak for the motion. And, this was a decision of obviously a previous council, but council's decision was to put the netball courts in the showgrounds. So that does mean that different groups have to work together. And there was concerns raised at the time from the Show Society members that there is not enough space out there anyway. So I certainly support that at the Roma Showgrounds, we actually make a priority for the show. And it doesn't mean that the Maranoa Netball Association is not a priority, it is. Hence, we're sort of encroaching on the grass area of the showgrounds for even more courts. But I do think there is a way to manage this. And one of the ways is that you lessen the water closer to the event. It might be that it could be managed what vehicles actually go on there. Are they heavy vehicles or light vehicles? Can it be tweaked around? Is there not the ability for officers to work with Roma Show Society to make it work? The other question too is that they used to be bitumen courts. Could they use bitumen courts if it was unsuccessful? But obviously the idea of going to the PCYC could be of value. But last year, you can taper off the water before the event so there's no compaction to be spoken of. But I do believe that if we don't make it available to the show when they're complaining they don't have enough space, that will be a very unbalanced situation. And I do think it's in July, so we've got time. We've just got to tweak it so it works for both groups. Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Does the Mayor wish to sum up?
Thanks very much. I'm not too sure of the relevance of highlighting the fact it was a decision of a previous council, but I was part of that council, and I think this was the right decision to see a huge investment into our sport and rec community. The feedback that I've received from people that play netball, not just in Roma but across the Maranoa, is this has been a welcome investment and is supporting the next generation of netballers. I accept that cohabitating with different groups at Bassett Park will mean that we do need to negotiate, and we have to date negotiated between, in this case, the Roma Show Society and Maranoa Netball in relation to the impact that having the permanent courts have had on particularly the cattle section of the show. I think we can further work together with this group to make both of their events a success, and in the event that we can't, then it comes back to council for further discussion in the future. But I think we've got to do all that we can to back our community groups, because at the end of the day, it is the volunteers that ensure that a carnival like the Maranoa Netball Association is putting on goes ahead. Equally, the volunteers of the Roma Show Society putting on a wonderful event for our community. So I strongly urge councillors to support the resolution as it stands.
Okay, on that note, we go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against?
Yes. Sorry, that was in favour.
Yeah, that's in favour. All those against? Okay, 9-0. Yeah. Yep, no problem.
8163.
Okay, item 14.5, request to use Roma Sayard's facility for livestock. I've gone
158.
158, gone too far.
Is Mercy Shield.
Oh yeah, item 14.4, request for assistance Mercy Shield. Councillor Burkett.
Oh, we better get Councillor Hancock.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's true.
That's a very good point. I think it's happened to us all at different times, eh? It's happened to us all at different times. Okay, item 14.4, request for assistance, Mercy Shield. Councillor Burkett.
I'd like to move that Council 1 approve the request for assistance with the Mercy Shield Carnival by way of payment to print the official event program. 2, costs of $1,750 to be drawn from WO14482.2537.2001, assistance to regional events, and transferred to WO02887.2249.2001, sponsorship. 3, organised to acknowledge Council's contribution in advertising for this event and during the carnival.
We have a seconder, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I just think it's a great carnival. I was lucky enough to go to one either last year or the year before, and it's very well attended. It was actually the COVID struck and teams had to rush back to get on the other side of Toowoomba, so it was very hectic, but a very good crowd, and then it's another one that boosts the community. I think all the accommodations did really well out of this, so yeah, it should be a great event.
Yeah, I too would like to speak for the motion. I think it was actually, from my memory, it was actually created out of a lack of competition because of COVID, with things that have been shut, and I believe that more schools and their teams came this way because of challenges that were caused by COVID, as well as obviously the issues that were mentioned by Councillor Burkett. So what a wonderful thing to bring all of those teams for netball and rugby league here, and it also gives a boost to the Maranoa, as well as great fellowship. So I certainly support supporting the Mercy Shield Carnival. Does anyone else wish to speak for the motion or against? Does the mover wish to sum up? We're going to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
Now we go 1-6.
Item 14.5, request to use Roma Sayard's facility for livestock and property outback Tucker under the stars. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 grant approved. I'll move that Council 1 grant approval of the Roma East in the Country Committee to host livestock and property outback Tucker under the stars at the Roma Sayard facility as part of Roma's Easter in the Country Festival on Thursday, 14th April 2022, and 2, provide in-kind sponsorship where needed for the overall conduct of the Roma Easter in the Country as adopted by Council in its 2021-2022 budget.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0. Item 14.6, request to extend the currency period of the existing development approval for a material change of use hotel, increase in intensity, additional 28 units, reference 2016/19510. Do we have a mover? Councillor Ladbroke.
Approve the application. I'd like to move that council approve the application to extend the currency period of the development application 2016-19510 to the 30th
6th of July 2024 and give a decision notice to the applicant approving the extension application, and 3, give a copy of the decision notice to the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Mr Mayor, we just have, are we doing the approval? I just noticed on my screen that Kelly's got approval highlighted, like it might not have been said. Just making sure we've got this right so we don't have to resend it.
We can. Just needs to reread it.
Yeah, Councillor Ladwell, would you be able to reread, was it point 1?
Yes.
Read that again. Point 1, approve the application to extend the currency period of the development approval 2016-19510 to the 30th of July 2024.
So the seconder happy with that? Okay. Righto, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
So 216.
Item 14.7, Mitchell Industrial Estate proposed boundary realignment. Council, we've got a couple of questions, have we? Yep, so we'll hand it over to you and then Councillor Burkett.
Okay.
I just want to make sure all we're doing is typing that up. Is that all right?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Council previously passed a resolution to look at opportunities to reconfigure the depot site. So this report presents one potential lot reconfiguration that would result in one parcel of land vacant, that's currently vacant, behind the Nutrilic premises, and then a second parcel of land that would contain all of the existing depot infrastructure and operations areas, and it would remove any existing boundary encroachments, which there have been some identified in that allotment there.
I've got a question. So obviously, normally, except for the encroachments, it's good to keep it in as many blocks as possible. Do we see any, like, is there any negatives in doing this that you can see, or is it only a positive, really?
Mr Mayor, the planning scheme does allow for, so say if council proceeded with this proposal, if it then wanted to subdivide that one parcel in future, the planning scheme does allow for that, because we've got quite a big land area there, and the minimum lot size is much smaller than that. It's a good, if council's looking at reconfiguring it, it's a good opportunity to tidy up those boundary encroachments.
Right, so we could do it later anyway if we wish to. If we had a reason to. We obviously don't, I would imagine, by doing this, but yeah.
Under the current planning scheme criteria, there's definitely scope to do that.
Might hear from Director Norm.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would suggest that if council has any thoughts about reconfiguring the lot later, it's probably better to do that now in one hit, than amalgamate those blocks and then subdivide later on. Because you can reconfigure those lots now to 3 lots or 4 lots, whatever your future plans might be. But at the moment, the incentive is to create one lot that we can sell off to one of the neighbours or someone else who wants that industrial land, and this satisfies that objective. But if there are thoughts in the mind of some further reconfiguration, it'd probably be better to do it in one go rather than do it in 2 or 3 steps.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, no, mine was just about having flexibility without having anything in particular in mind. Okay, we'll just hand over to Councillor Burkett.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Director Norm or Danielle, my question, I think you've sort of answered it. I've spoken to the interested party, and they're happy with the arrangement that we set out last time with that 12 months. And I agree that if we're going to do it, realign those council ones as well, do it all in one hit. But do we wait? Because if they are interested and they're using it at the moment, we might get a gauge on how much land they do need. So that might, help us indicate which or how we do split it up down the track.
In terms of the proposal, it's about 3,000 square metres we'll be freeing up. I wouldn't suggest that we better free up any more because we have a lot of infrastructure constructed on the land on our side of the fence, shall we say. So I don't think we could provide more land. If he doesn't need that much land, the thing is we have to advertise it and put it out for tender. So it could be anyone who purchases that land, and someone else might want to build a industrial shed there and conduct the industry from there too. So we can't identify any particular one future owner. 3,000 metres is a fair size for a town size sort of industrial activity. And as I said, that simply follows the fence line. If you go any bigger, you'll have to pull the fence in, and then there's all buildings and other things constructed on that site, so they'll be very difficult to do. You could go smaller, but then I again don't really see much point in going smaller than that.
Yeah, I agree. Just going on the page 217, it gives you a good indication of exactly where the alignment's out of whack. I wasn't thinking encroaching on the council block. I was just thinking if they're only using it at the moment for access for trucks to get in and out, there still might be the case that it could be used for parking or whatever for our council staff. But no, that's fine. Like I said, at the moment they're happy with the 12 months agreement. So I was just wondering whether we wait, but I do agree to do it all at one time, or wait until the 12 months arrangement's up first.
Yeah, well, timing is something that is up to the council because we own the land, we'll be the applicant, so the timing will be up to us. There's some positive points in terms of waiting and seeing how much of that land they're using, but I think if you go up on site, they're using the majority of it. So I don't see that they will want much less than they've got access to now.
And it's a given that the fences have got to stay where they are because they can't take half the plumbers shed away, otherwise they wouldn't like that too much.
That's right, and in fact we've gone to the next step of, shall we say, reorganising council's depot in terms of moving things around to make that more efficient and effective. Darren has done a good job in getting a plan drawn for that, so that we can actually arrange our own operations as effectively as we can.
Sounds good. Well, I'm happy to move.
Well, we got to.
Just a question probably for Director Norm. The yellow lines on there, are they survey lines or just overlay with mapping?
The yellow lines are the boundaries of the existing lots.
Surveyed ones?
Yeah.
Taken from a survey, not yet. So this proposal here, when we look at page 218, the dotted line is proposed new block, that's correct, with the red line?
Yeah, that's correct, and that follows the existing fence line.
That's, but in actual fact there will be a bit of an easement there, but not on the current situation.
No, if you go ahead with the reconfiguration, all those lots in blue, the council depot, will become one lot. So there's no long skinny section of a lot there, it all becomes one surveyed lot.
That's, in my opinion, that's the way to go then. Thank you.
Just a question to Director Norm. I listened to what you said about it being an opportune time while we're doing this and having the reconfiguration. I actually think there's value in pursuing what you said about looking at the map. I'm not against what we're going to do, but I'm just thinking from an internal, cost-effective council point of view. There are buildings there. This may be the time to actually look forward and go, well, do we realign what will be left there into maybe 3 parcels of land, all controlled by council? I'm not going to go against the resolution and vote for it, but I'm just thinking from a cost effective, we're doing this at this particular time, it may be timely to actually look at the redefining of what's left that then is council land. Is that a possibility or consideration that can happen with regard to this?
If you look at the lots on the top of that, if you go back to figure 1, if you look at the 2 yellow lots on top there, they don't have any particular structures on them. There's a concrete batching plant and a movable donga sitting on that land at the moment. There's no necessity for that to be attached to the other parcels, but where the yellow fleet is parked, and you can see the yellow line go right through the middle of where that yellow fleet is parked, it would be a considerable inconvenience if you say if you had another lot there and then sold it off in the future. If we're going to have a consolidated depot and do all our activities on it, it's probably easier to do it in one lot than divide that into multiple lots.
Yeah, just to clarify, I had no intention of selling any of the blocks. So I was just thinking in terms of down the track, if they were while we're realigning for one block to be available for sale or for lease or for tender out, it may be timely to look at where the buildings, because it appears like the boundaries are actually running through the buildings. Or
those boundaries will disappear if we amalgamate that into one lot. The proposal is to create 2 lots, one to sell off and one to retain, and that lot that's retained will get rid of all those internal boundaries. Your 2-bit motion, sorry.
Is there somebody speaking now?
Just working out what someone will be.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, I just don't quite understand the question.
So, if we do go just what we spoke about, your alternative motion on 221, engage in terms of suppliers to make another application, that we can talk about direct, or we can do now, or we have to track up for 12 months on page 221.
So that recommendation is to proceed with this proposal plan that's shown here, just into the 2 lots.
So if we go to council with the information presented, is that going to?
That won't achieve, no.
Okay, do we have a mover? I'm happy to move.
I just have, sorry, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I just have one question.
Please go ahead.
So I've been listening to everything that's been spoken about, and obviously it's about the timing of when to do this, and I'm just looking at the budget. So it's going to be the cost if we do this now. Approximately, it'll cost $15,000 total. That's my number 1 question. My number 2 question is, where are we getting that money from, please? I'm not against it. I just need to know that so I can make a decision.
Thanks for the question. But where we get the money from is essentially when we sell the lot. I would expect that the lot would gain or would be sold for a lot more than what we actually spend in creating that lot. So it's a
Proceeds and so on.
spend $15,000, sell the lot to return more than $15,000. That then covers our costs. Is that
So I totally, yeah, I understand that. Thank you, Director Norm. But now I'm a little bit confused. The lot you're talking about is a lot that we've already agreed to tender out or to let somebody use for a 12-month period. So we're not, I'm just looking at the timing of doing this. So we're not actually looking at dividing this all up and then selling it immediately. We wouldn't be looking at selling it if we even choose to do that until 12 months' time. Is that correct?
If we were to subdivide it and then call tenders for the sale of that lot, firstly, we're probably looking 6 months down the track anyway. Secondly, the access agreement at that moment it stands would continue to apply to that land until it expired. So if say I bought the block of land, I'd be bound to allow the access for the neighbouring property until it expired. But if he bought it, of course, that's up to him. It wouldn't be a constraint to him.
So in saying that, haven't we, just remind me, when we originally made the decision to provide access to the Jones family, it's open access, so anyone can access it. Didn't we do that because we decided that we didn't want to sell it because council still did use that land or may need to use that land? So I'm a bit confused now why we're thinking that we may be selling it, or have I got that confused?
I think the reason we went to the access agreement was simply to buy us time to consider how much it would cost here. If you go back to that decision, I was proposing that we call tenders for this 3,000 square metre block of land and have it a condition of the tender that the successful tenderer go through this process and do the reconfiguration of the lot. So instead of making it a condition for the purchaser to reconfigure the lot, the council was looking at reconfiguring the lot in the first place and then a more simple tender for the sale of that one lot.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, I totally understand that we will recoup the money, but that $15,000, if we were to do it right now, we haven't budgeted for that. So where would that money come from up front? Just so that our process is right.
That's correct. We haven't got $15,000 in the budget for the reconfiguration, but you have the opportunity during the budget reviews, Q1, Q2, or Q1's already passed,
Q3 next week.
Q3 or Q4 budget review to provide that money from savings in other areas.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Norm.
I'm happy to move this. So I'd like to move that Council 1 engage in external suppliers to make a development application for reconfiguring the lot, in brackets 7 lots into 2 for land at Industrial Estate Road, Mitchell, described as lot 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 and 23 on CP 861824. And 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to undertake all actions required to complete the proposed development. And 3, draw funds estimated at $15,000 from the Q3 budget review. Okay, do we have a seconder? Who was first out of the hands? Well, apparently it looks like the Deputy Mayor thought that Councillor Burkett was, so we'll go with that. Now I'll speak to the motion. I think this is the best of both worlds. I'm certainly probably looking that this is at least 12 months to get it done anyway. realistically, if you look at council timeframes and getting people engaged and completing it and all the rest of the process. So I do believe this is prudent not to have incursions or things outside our boundary and tidy it all up, but also have the opportunity that if council wishes, we could go to the market with a block in our industrial estate or in the industrial estate. Does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think, and I've said this previously with these families, they're forward-thinking and very enterprising group of people, and they employ a lot of local people. I think, like Director Norm said, this is not going to hold the process up. It will make it more easier and flow through when we do get to the stage, maybe in 12 months' time. But I think this is a great initiative, and it'd be good to get those lots back in alignment where they probably should have been. And I think in 12 months' time, this will be easy as.
Okay, so does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, we better do that again. We got 2, so that is 9-0. Would have been 8-0. Thank you.
Just, can I pop in and just explain what I sent everyone an email, and then I'll just
Yeah.
make a decision. Through the chair, sorry to interrupt, councillors. I've just sent you an email. I do need an indication of confirmation in relation to that email, so that I can make a decision in relation to a legal matter, and I will be bringing a report to the next council. But I just need to flag that with you, that I have sent that to you, and I do need an immediate response. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the last vote, you said 9-0 and then you said 8-0. So I'm just not. I'm confused. What actually was it? Sorry.
No, it was 9-0, but I hadn't heard from one councillor, so then that's what I was saying. And then
Okay.
then we got it, came after I said the time, so then I said 9-0.
So it's 9-0. Thank you.
9-0, correct. Item 14.9, letter from Roman District Family History Society Incorporated. Councillor McMullen.
228.
223.
223, I've jumped one.
Go through too fast.
Trying to get to the end.
For lunch.
Okay, item 14.8, we're doing development applications. Okay, so do we have any questions on this one? Do we have a mover on this one?
I would like to move that Council 1 amend the fees and charges for planning and building development. Planning, material change of use to remove warehouse as follows: bulk landscape supplies, outdoor sales, rural industry, showroom, wholesale nursery, winery code accessible, value of $3,882.90. 2, adopt the following fees and charges for planning and building development. Planning material change of use. Material change of use warehouse code accessible 0 metres squared to 250 metres squared, GFA $750. Material change of use warehouse code accessible 251 metres squared to 500 metres squared, GFA $1,500. Material change of use warehouse code accessible 500 metres squared plus GFA $2,500.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it or against? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0. Okay, now we're on 14.9, a letter from Roma and District Family History Society Incorporated. Do we have a mover? Righto. Councillor McMullen.
First of all, I would like to ask if the officer's got anything to say, please. All good? Thank you. I'd like to move that Council 1 provides sponsorship to the Roma District Family History Society Incorporated in the amount of $1,297.15. 2, allocate the amount of $1,297.15 in the sponsorship budget, GL 2878.2249.2001. 3, transfer $1,297.15 from the Arts and Culture, Materials and Service budget, GL 2885.2001.2001 to the sponsorship budget, GL 2887.2249.2001 in the upcoming budget review. 4, request Roma and District Family History Society Incorporated ensure that Council's contribution towards the 100-year celebration of the QCWA Roma branch displays its acknowledgement.
Okay, you can hand that over.
Second.
Okay, Councillor Ladbrokes seconds that. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Does the member wish to speak?
I'd just like to congratulate the Roma District Family History Society. They do a wonderful job down there, and I'm just pleased the council can give us all sponsorship.
Okay, I'll speak for the motion. Certainly do believe they're unsung heroes down there, providing so many services where you can find your family history. Certainly a good vibe, and they're doing wonderful work for future generations of the Maranoa and also people outside the Maranoa, because so many people come and visit and want to find their history. So what a wonderful organisation, and however we can help, I believe, is always one of great value for council and the Maranoa community. Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, does Moo wish to sum up?
No,
we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0. What is it? Okay, we'll break for lunch back in an hour. Roll, have we got Councillor Edwards?
Yes, Councillor Edwards here.
Okay, excellent. We've got everyone. We've got Councillor Hancock. We've heard from her before. Okay, L1, award of tender 22031, bitumen reseal. Do we have any questions on this tender? Yeah, Deputy Director, do you have anything to add on this one?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Nothing specific to this one. Probably the only thing I did want to foreshadow with council is, with everything going on in the world at the moment, I expect bitumen prices to go up significantly in the short to medium term. So we've scrutinised this tender to make sure it probably hasn't. My gut feel is it hasn't quite felt the impacts yet. It's a fixed rate. It was asked as a fixed rate, so it's not as if it's subject to rise and fall. So the risk is low to council, but I just sort of think we could be staring down a prospect in September, October, having a real serious question about should we be delaying maybe next year's for 6 months to let the bitumen prices settle down a little bit. Obviously, because bitumen's intricately linked with petroleum production and oil price. So, but I've done the analysis. I still and therefore recommended that we award this one because I think it's only actually going to get worse than better in the short term. So I still think it does represent value for money.
Also, I've just got a question in regards to, for instance, Fortune's Crossing, and the idea that there was some bitumen on that has worked pretty well, apparently, in the short term, and obviously not necessarily change the tender, but is this the same scope that could resurface that if we wanted to in the short term? Is there any cost benefits? I know you probably need to take that on notice, but on being able to do a reseal of just what's there to buy us some more time in case we look at something in the future, if there was anything near that area?
Yeah, to answer your question, Mr. Mayor, Fortune's Crossing is a fairly small section and wouldn't be a major cost. It could be potentially looked after under maintenance. This is a reseal program, so like we're talking 2 to 3 k's continuous of bitumen, whereas Fortune's Crossing is 100 metres. So it could be something that we work with the local area to, while we've got the bitumen crews in town doing on the reseal rates. But yeah, I don't see that as a big issue to do.
So whilst we got all the gear, if council wanted to, we may look at being able to do that pretty cost effectively, hypothetically.
Yeah, no, correct. And we do look at opportunities to do that. So perfect example, Ashmount Road, just been stabilised. We'll put the second coat on under the reseal program because it can pull a far more competitive unit rate when you start spraying upwards of $1 million of million litres of bitumen. You get a fairly competitive rate. So that wouldn't be out of the normal.
Okay, Councillor Burkett.
Through Mr. Mayor, Deputy Director, you've used these guys before?
Yeah.
Yeah, through you, Chair, correct, RPQ we've used RPQ Space Seal before and that.
Yeah, okay. Do we have any other questions? Do we have anyone that wishes to move?
Chair.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that Council 1 select RPQ Spray Seal Proprietary Limited as a recommended tenderer for tender 22031 Bitumen Reseal Program 2021-22 to authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate and to enter into final negotiations with the RPQ Spray Seal Proprietary Limited, noting a contract sum value of $2,100,000 exclusive of DST, and execute the contract if the final terms are acceptable. 3, authorise the nominated superintendent for council, the delegation to order variations up to the value outlined in the body of the report to deliver the scope of work, noting the nature of the contract and the variability associated with the bitumen reseal design process. 4, assign expenditure to the 2021-22 budget allocation for the Rural Road and Urban Street Annual Bitumen Reseal Program.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Ladbrook seconded that. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to it?
No.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, the only thing I'd like to say, if you think this is expensive, it may be a lot worse in 6 months' time. So obviously if we don't protect our bitumen surfaces, if we get water underneath them, then it's a even worse cost for the council and the ratepayers of the Maranoa. So we've really got to stay on top of these reseals and also just obviously taking advantage, and I believe considering what's in this contract, I think it's prudent to go with the officer's recommendation. Okay, no one else wishes to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
9-0.
Page 12.
L2, Mcdowell Street Hospital on street parking and speed limit review. Got a question? Do you have a question, Councillor O'Neill? Yeah, I've just got a question to the Deputy Director. Is there an opportunity to do a trial of, for instance, the different angle of parking? You know, so we can trial it and so forth to see, rather than just go to parallel parking straight away. For instance, yeah, just what your thoughts are on that, so the people around there can have a look at that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did look at different alternatives for different angles for parking. Obviously, the majority of the parking in Roma is 60-degree angle. There's a few 45s down near the pool. So the only option that can fit there at a reverse angle is 30 degrees. So it's quite a steep angle, and that it can be done. The issue is the speed limit may need to be reconsidered if we're still going reverse angle, because the car is obviously a little bit closer to the traffic lane at 30 degree. The critical one that I'd definitely say is a genuine safety issue is the one closest to Curry Street at the moment. That really needs to be parallel parking there, at least to the first hospital driveway. My thoughts would be there's probably an opportunity to look at you could take that curve back a bit further and put a proper 45 or 60 in, as opposed to trying to squeeze 30 degrees. 30 degrees it's very acute, and that. But to answer your question, yeah, you could do it. I would just be reluctant to just tweak that resolution, especially with the speed reduction in there, because the 30-degree angle and the speed reduction probably starts to become a bit of a conflict between the speed reduction's really been enabled. Speed increase, sorry, has been enabled because of the parallel arrangement. So yeah, does that sort of make sense? Or?
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, Councillor Taylor, you have a question?
I do have a question, if you don't mind. I just don't know if you can answer it, Deputy Director, but do you ever get the outcome on the parking that they haven't finished with yet at the hospital?
Councillor Taylor, not specifically. There's a part of this resolution that I'm asking to confirm up that there is some parking yet to be implemented on that site based on their final assessment report. So that was a part of that. So yeah, that's part of that resolution, I suppose. So.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no questions, does Councillor O'Neill wish to move?
Thanks very much. I just wonder now, given the conversation that's happened by asking and getting the answers to the questions, whether it would be worthwhile us at least getting a costing of what it would be to cut into the grassed area to allow the continuation of angle parking on the northern side of Mcdowell Street. Is that something that could come back if council resolve the way in a timely way?
Yeah, in terms of timely, you talking today or next meeting? Yeah, that would be fine. Probably the only one that I'm happy to help if there is interest in it. Like, it's probably that parallel parking closest to the current Cottle Street intersection. I just don't want to see an accident happen there. I don't think we can get reverse angle there anyway, so it would be, if council are happy, we could just come back to this. I could tweak that slightly based on a cost estimate for the section that's a little bit further away from the intersection, but I think it would be, yeah, that's the present safety issue right now at that intersection.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor O'Neill, I probably didn't answer your question. We could get it back to the 23rd, which is the next meeting of council.
Through you, Mr Mayor, from what I'm hearing, Deputy Director, you would like an answer today on that first section parallel park from Curry Street there?
Yeah, it's just between Curry Street and the first entrance, so there's about 3 or 4 parks there, but my strong recommendation would be to transfer that into parallel fairly quickly so that we can address that genuine safety issue. We could leave the section further on for further pricing to come back, leave it as it is because it's probably not presenting an immediate safety issue. So
just to convert that section, it only mattered a few gallons of paint, so to speak, and then later on down the track of what Councillor O'Neill's recommended, we did shift the, so to speak, the gutter back further. We haven't lost that much money, have we? Just a bit of paint to change that first section around.
yeah, absolutely, and I would see that first section probably would stay parallel, like there you really would struggle to get reverse angle in there because it's so close to the intersection anyway, so.
So, if I was to move that council approve amended parking arrangements on Mcdowell Street through the implementation of parking signage and line marking improvements for areas 1, that would address the issue today, would it not? Okay. So, Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 approve amended parking arrangements on Mcdowell Street through the implementation of the parking signage and line marking improvements for area 1. 2, consider areas 2 to 7 at an upcoming ordinary meeting of council. 3, receive a report that outlines the costings of forming appropriate angle parking from areas 2 to 7 by taking into the verge.
Can I just ask Councillor O'Neill, if you look at the photo on page 15, is it area 1 or area 4 that's going to Coddle Street? Because area 1 is up at the hospital, is that right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but you've asked for area 1, have you?
Yeah.
Should that be area 4?
No, I don't think so. I'm talking about area 1.
To area 1? Yeah.
Come around the corner from Curry Street.
Yeah, Curry Street.
Curry Street. Okay,
Yeah.
not Coddle Street.
I didn't say Coddle Street.
No, but I'm just looking at the map and trying to get my head around.
Yeah, Curry Street, yeah, Curry and McDowell, yep.
Thank you.
Just double checking that with the Deputy Director, you're concerned about Curry Street, is that right, that corner?
That's correct, Mr Mayor. Probably the only one I just asked there, and just to confirm, we're probably only, if we just go back to that picture of the map, is it correct in, you probably only want to know the pricing for area 2, not 2 to 7?
Yeah, that's right.
If that's okay, yeah.
I've also, yeah, when you finish.
Yeah, it was just to clarify, because I wouldn't have thought reverse angle on the other areas, the parallels probably.
So that's considered area 2 at an upcoming council meeting. So, consider areas 2 to 7 at an upcoming council meeting. Yep. Receive a report that outlines the costings of appropriate angle parking to the verge for area 2. Yep.
Okay, also, would the mover be willing to put in there to get some sort of idea from, as part of considering that, how long Queensland Health will be to do their,
That's in the resolution.
have we got that in there?
Just Councillor O'Neill, you're going to continue on or? Got point 4?
Well, we will have to. Look, I'll keep going. 3, provide residents along Mcdowell Street and Queensland Health through the South West Health and Hospital Service with a minimum of 2 weeks notice prior to the changed traffic conditions referenced in items 1 and 2. That still has to happen. 4, right to the South West Health and Hospital Service to 1A, seek an update on the timing associated with the construction of the remaining off-street parking allocations as outlined in the final assessment report for the Roma Hospital development, and discuss the potential for optimising the use of areas 1 and 2 with specific parking signage requirements, i.e. hospital patient and visitor parking only. 5, implement the changed traffic conditions referenced in 1 and 2 above no later than the 1st of April 2022. And it was remiss of me not to include 2, Kel, which is approve the amendment to the speed limit along Mcdowell Street between Cottle and Curry Streets from 40 kilometres per hour to 60 kilometres per hour as outlined in this report.
But do we have anywhere in there where we ask Queensland Health when they're going to do their car park? Because it's...
It does, it's 4.
Yeah, 4A.
6.
What is it? Seek an update on the timing associated with construction.
Right.
Yeah, right, because that's very important for us to decide with this other parking.
And sorry, Kel, if you could just scroll back up for me. The bit about at point 4, I'll change that to further consider the amendment to the speed limit along Mcdowell Street between Cottle and Curry Streets from 40 to 60 kilometres at the next ordinary meeting, at an upcoming meeting of council.
Can I ask? Yep, sure.
Just a question. Just with the hospital there, 40 to 60 kilometres an hour just seems a bit out there. You know what I mean? To go from 40 to 60 in that area. Is there a reason for that? Because I thought 40, I go up there a bit, and 40 seems plenty. You increase it to 60, there's a fair few people around there.
If I can have a go and then I'll give it to the director. Point 4, I've now changed it to further consider. So I've pushed it a fortnight to understand the other things. It has historically been 60 kilometres. In my time on council, we reduced it to 40 because of the issues with the angle parking and the tightness there. It just wasn't safe, particularly across the road, not only from the hospital, but the park, the skate park. If further changes happen and you mitigate those concerns, then 60 would be appropriate.
Yeah, I've got nothing further to add.
I've just got a question. So along there at the moment, what's the speed limit there now?
It's 40.
40, so it's not losing anything, it's only considering if council wanted to put that on.
So I'm happy to second it.
Right,
If I just ask Councillor O'Neill, what you call it? Dot point 6 now, and we put in seek an urgent update, because there's a lot of...
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
A lot of feedback from the local community.
So as painful as it is, I might write it out just for completeness because I've moved around a little bit. Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 approve amended parking arrangements on Mcdowell Street through the implementation of the parking signage and line marking improvements for Area 1 as outlined in this report. 2, consider areas 2 to 7 at an upcoming meeting of council. 3, receive a report that outlines the costing of appropriate angle parking to the verge for Area 2. 4, further consider the speed limit along Mcdowell Street between Cottle and Curry Streets in an upcoming council meeting. 5, provide residents along Mcdowell Street and Queensland Health through the South West Health and Hospital Service with a minimum of 2 weeks' notice prior to the changed traffic conditions referenced in items 1 and 2 above being implemented. 6, write to the South West Health and Hospital Service to A, seek an urgent update on the timing associated with the construction of the remaining off-street parking allocations as outlined in the final assessment report for the Roma Hospital development. And B, discuss the potential for optimising the use of areas 1 and 2 with specific parking signage requirements, i.e. hospital patient and visitor parking only.
Okay, so second, happy with that?
Thank you.
Okay, does the Mayor wish to speak to the motion?
No, thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I think this is a positive step. We've seen, the state government invest a huge amount of taxpayers' money into a new hospital. We need urgent advice as to what the next steps are as to fulfilling the broader commitment of having off-street car parking there in addition to what they've already got. That particular end of Mcdowell Street has always been pretty tight with the angle parking of both sides. We've mitigated that somewhat by having horizontal parallel parking on the southern side. The northern side is still pretty tight. I think it's prudent upon council now that there's been that development on Mcdowell Street that we revisit this and make sure that it's the safest we can make for not only residents up there, users of the hospital. Of course, we've got the skate park and a fairly popular kids park opposite the hospital as well, that we've got to ensure that we provide a safe environment for the users.
I've just got a question. Just thinking aloud, because there is the pharmacy out there, to the Deputy Director, is there any area there if Queensland Health wanted to provide some car parking across the road? Is there any block of land or anything that you know of there that could be another mini car park for that end of the, that end, like for instance for the pharmacy and so forth, on any of our land around that area, that they might forgo some of our car, like their car park? I think it's 200 plus amount of cars to be able to. Is there anything just from what you could think, is there any area around there that could be used for a mini car park?
Mr Mayor, the land opposite is obviously reserve which council are the trustee of. There's obviously the little car park already there with the skate park. Directly opposite, the current development's mainly freehold land. You'd have to sort of just come up a little bit further towards the playground area, which is starting to get opposite the old hospital. There is gardens sort of there at the moment, but it is reserved land. But I can take that on notice and just bring a little snippet in the subsequent report to say here's the land that's around that area, and that.
It's just, in case in the future that people want to keep parking there, even though we change it, it's chock-a-block all the time, and then people want to go to the pharmacy or whatever. Whether there's an option, because they might not want to necessarily build quite as big a car park, but we could find some benefit to improve parking. But it was just a question.
I think from a road safety point of view, it'd be ideal to get some more parking on the hospital side, so you don't have the pedestrians having to park on the southern side and then cross one of our main streets. But yeah, that's.
Okay, thank you. Righto, so we've got a mover and a seconder, we're sure. So now, who would like to speak for the motion or against the motion? You've spoken. Anybody else wish to speak? I'll speak. I think we've got to balance up the fact that it is chock-a-block up there, and that's why I'm going to support this motion, because we're going to. Obviously, we've probably got a safety issue on the corner and we're dealing with that, but I'm always concerned about losing parking. So I think if there's a way that we can maximise the parking, because once it's gone, it never normally ever comes back. So to be able to find a way to keep as much parking in that area, or if we can be creative in other ways. I know Queensland Health's going to build a large car park, and if there is a way that we can see that the behaviour of that site is changing, and obviously when the car park, that will free space up, but we know that people in the bush don't like walking a long distance, so the more parking we can have around that area, I certainly believe that will be beneficial for safety and also for the people of Maranoa. Does anyone else wish to speak? Does the Mayor wish to sum up? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Councillor Edwards?
It looks like he's dropped off, Mr Mayor. I can't see him on my screen.
Okay. We'll just give him a ring and see. Just one moment. Okay, he's uncontactable, so we'll go to the vote again. So all those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. Thank you. Page 30, L3. Roma Show Society request for temporary use of former Girl Guides huts. Councillor Ladbrook.
I have a conflict with item number L3, description Roma Show Society, declaring councillor is myself, Councillor Ladbrook. The person of interest is my wife Alana. Particulars of interest, my wife is president of the Roma Show Society. Type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay, Councillor Ladbrook's left the room. L3, Roma Show Society request for temporary use of former Girl Guides hut. I'd like to move that the Roma Show Society be given a temporary use of the former Girl Guides huts for a period of 12 months with a nominal peppercorn amount of $1. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Guthrie. Okay, go ahead please. Councillor O'Neill, then Hancock and then McMullen.
Don't take my questions. I'm not supportive of this. I understand the challenges for this particular group at the moment, but can we just award this to one group without going out for an expression of interest? Understand if there's other people that might want to use this facility, like legally, where do we stand?
Hand over to the CEO.
Through the chair, it is community infrastructure, and yes, you can go out for an expression of interest process. That would be a normal process, but you also can make a secret resolution.
So we can make a resolution today, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now we had the second question was, I think, Councillor Hancock.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have two questions. And once again, I'm not against this either. I just am seeking for more information. Has there been a formal letter of request for council? Because that probably, I haven't seen it. That would have given probably more information, because I actually don't understand what, what are they needing it for? Is it an office space? Is it a storage space? Is it, what is it? What is the use going to be for it? Is my first question. My second question is, didn't we get a condition report on it? So are we going to lease, are you suggesting to lease it to them as is, or does there have to be done on that before we actually lease that out?
No, as is, and obviously the show's coming up, the next couple of months, so they would use it as is, and they understand the condition of it, and they would deal with it as is. It's just on the other point, it's not giving a long-term use, so obviously we can look at that. So it's just a short-term use of 12 months, and then we might have another process to go into. So, and just on that, what's it used for? We've got in the report there that in speaking to the President. It's for administration and storage purposes. Okay, Councillor McMullen? Do you have a question? Righto. Okay, so we had a second to Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Just a question to the CEO, Mr. Mayor, just to make sure our due diligence is right. Do we have to have a formal letter requesting this, or can we just go straight ahead and enter into a lease?
Through the chair, look, you do have a number of requests from Roma Show Society. I don't have them with me, but there's a number of the items on both those letters. There's more than one report here today.
This is the first one, but I don't believe this is on the request.
I'll certainly take that on notice and forward the correspondence.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Thank you.
Okay, if no one wishes to speak for or against, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
That's 8-0. 7-0, sorry, 7, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, who voted against?
Nobody, 7-0.
Yep.
So,
Thank you.
yeah. Item L4, sculptures outback. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move. Do we have a question?
Yeah. Just wanted to ask why, or is there a reason why the jump from 5,000 to 10,000? I know it was a success last year, and it does say about sponsorship, but that is a big jump.
Yeah. Basically, what has happened is they've lost their major sponsor because of a major event that happened in the Maranoa. So because of that, they've actually asked, and when I move it, I'd actually ask to endorse and whether this, but then maybe opportunity to do more, because if you're a platinum sponsor, I thought that that was actually more than that. And what they asked is, because we moved a motion in which to look at doubling our support, they asked that if we could move into a platinum sponsor, that could help them a lot as far as having that anchored, as far as sponsorship for it. But anyway, I will move that Council 1 endorse the activity on the site located near the Big Rig Visitor Centre for Sculpture Outback 2022 for the period of August 13 to October 21, 2022. 2, provide in-kind assistance in relation to the preparation of a traffic management plan required for the event and support the lodgement of the road permit. And I'll also add to that, and also in-kind assistance as required in relation to last year. And 3, endorse $10,000 sponsorship from the Sponsorship and Donations Budget 2021-22 with the possibility of becoming I think it's platinum
Yes.
Platinum sponsor dealt with in the 2022-23 budget. Because the request was to go to platinum, but obviously we've got a budget there for this at the moment, so it would say we could do this, but look at it for the other, which will be in the next budget. So, yeah. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen?
I've got a couple of questions. Mr Mayor?
We'll go Councillor Taylor, then Hancock.
My question is, the space that they have at now where the cockatoos are, it needs cleaning up, and what are we going to do with the cockatoos? Like, they've just been sitting there for now. Have we got a plan?
Do you want me to answer that?
Yep.
Through the chair, certainly the committee have asked us if they could make the site a permanent site. We're at a point though that once the site becomes permanent, they may interface with a range of agency approvals. So what we've said to them is, look, we'll work with you to get your temporary exhibition up this year, and certainly look to facilitate supporting you. Look at the site as a permanent site, but we need to have a look at the strengths and the other usage of the tourism, the visitor information centre, and the Santos rugby event across the road. So we think we can probably satisfy everybody, but it's not a decision we could make quickly.
So the cockatoos got to go somewhere?
So the cockatoos would still come in. Look, they don't need to be moved at this particular point in time, but the committee would like to leave those objects there permanently, but they are, to all intents and purposes, still temporary, if that makes sense. That's the only permits that have been approved last year. And this year, we temporary as well.
I thought we were given the cockatoos.
No,
We weren't.
we got the.
We acquired the.
No, sorry.
Council sponsored them.
Yes.
The council, the prize that council sponsored was the piece of art that won it was the soldier, and that was the one council, whatever won the section our money went to was to stay within the council, and I believe it's been moved to Mitchell, ready to be placed in the upgrade in the park. The cockatoos were purchased by, I suppose I can say it's public, Ian and Galloway contributed half, and the actual group contributed the other half. So that's, they own them, so that's why they're wanting to leave them somewhere permanent. Yeah.
So they're going to...
Council also got the bird as well, council got.
Sorry,
the Lucy Mitchell.
Well, if they're going to stay there, and that's fine, but that whole area needs cleaning up. I don't think that.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so I can probably understand from the meetings I had that they would like to do a long-term permanent sculpture art along there, which is obviously they've got one piece now, which is the cockatoos. But also it's important that it is temporary at the moment, because otherwise we're going to be looking for a much bigger budget to do a lot of permanent things that will be main roads, and everyone will look at it differently. So it's temporary at the moment, but if you're talking about how it's not been mowed and the bunting hasn't been taken down or whatever, I think they're valid points, and we need to deal with them as a matter of importance to keep it tidy.
Maybe the bunting's left there for the Kirsten Allbeck.
Could be.
Which is on the weekend, so maybe hopefully now it's
Councillor Hancock.
We'll go to Councillor Hancock, then Ladwell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I have 3 questions, please. One of them are we, for this amount of sponsorship, are we, will there be a statue once again donated back to the Council for the Community? Do you know that?
Okay. We definitely, I would imagine, talking to the committee, if we're a platinum sponsor, we would definitely have at least the same. So at the moment, it's we're not going to be a platinum sponsor, but we're going up the level. But I believe that even the Maranoa Gallery even donated, like we're going to end up with the second prize as well. So so the 10,000 is for the Maranoa Local Artists Award,
And it is equivalent.
inquisitive prize. So that
So
means
yes, we'll get the
we
sculpture.
will get that for that, but they did ask us to look at going to platinum. So you've definitely got what you got last year, Councillor Hancock, if you support the motion. And from there, we can look at our, next budget and say, can we go up to that next level? So they've got something now, but then, but we ended up with the cockatoos anyway for the community, because of the generosity of the groups.
Yep. My second question is, the $10,000 sponsorship, I just noticed in the CEO's report that it's going to cost us $10,000, but where are we getting that money? Because the last I thought was we've expended all our sponsorship budget for this year. So do we actually have that money to be able to do this sponsorship?
Okay, so while we're going, would you mind asking your third question, and in case we've got to, we'll do them, the answers to them.
My last one is, once I hear from that, would be, Mr Mayor, would you consider putting in the fourth dot point, which is that council be acknowledged in all promotion of this event?
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
But I'm very
so,
just about where we're going to get the 10,000 from, because all that sponsorship budget has been expended, I believe.
Okay. So the question is, do we need to take that on notice, CEO?
Yes, please.
Right, so we'll take that on notice. Is there any other questions before we?
If we take that on notice, are we going to lay this on the table? Because I need to know where that money's coming from to even know if we can afford this.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Ladbroke, and then we'll come back to it.
So one of my questions have been asked about money, and I just wondered, with the platinum, how much is this platinum sponsorship?
Through the chair, I think it's 20,000. Just have a look at what that's there.
Okay, that's one we can probably answer.
20,000.
And it's 20,000.
So with the donations budget for 22-23 from the 1st of July. That makes sense.
And and obviously this is probably going to change, because it looks like the date of the event is 2023.
It'll be in August.
So it's obviously going to be next budget, so we could make it the bigger amount if we decided to do that. Councillor O'Neill.
The event's going to be 2022, isn't it? Not 2023.
It looks like it's going to change.
2022, 2023 budget.
Just give you the dates.
The date of the event is in the point 1, 13th of August to October 21 on 2022.
That's next.
Yes, through the chair, that's your 22, 1st of July 22 to 30th of June 23 budget.
That's right, but they're going to need to know whether we are going to do that. So therefore, my question is can we actually earmark money out of that budget before we decide on the budget?
Through the chair, yes, you can. You adopt a long-term financial plan, which actually allocates revenue and expenditure out for 10 years. So you actually can commit budget into future years.
Okay, thank you.
Would that just simply be for point 3, consider it in the Q3? That way you are giving them some certainty in this period for their event.
So when's Q3?
Q3 is the 23rd of February.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, it's the 9th of March, I think.
Sorry. Interim CEO said that Q3 is the 9th of.
No, I'm just trying to think of when we're doing the quarter 3 budget review to the 28th of February. Apologies, it is coming to the next meeting, isn't it?
So is that 23rd?
Sorry, Kelly,
is
I'm
it?
looking at you. We're writing those now, aren't we? Yeah, 23rd of March.
So
yes.
If there's no allocation today, then that would be considered, at least considered.
Yes,
in the future.
that's right. That's right.
My question is more broader in terms of the long-term location. and given that it's been highlighted in the report in respect to car parking around the Santos event and the Santos rugby event, and all going well, they'll be back here again in 2 years from now, and the same issue will present itself that we don't have enough car parking, etc. I just wonder if we should be talking to the committee sooner rather than later that where the cockatoos are is actually the back end of the exhibition, and it comes closer to the big rig. And that way, you are allowing people to park in the big rig parklands, come through the asset, which is the big rig, and then keep going out into the sculptures. It is quite a walk where it currently is to go from that point down to the sculptures, and equally if they park close to the motel to come back down. I just think if this is going to be a permanent fixture, sooner rather than later, we need to be sitting down and talking with them about what the best location is. Well, I think we've all agreed that along the highway is fantastic, but if it has to be exactly where it was positioned for their first exhibition, I just wonder if could you factor something into the resolution to start those conversations now?
Look, through the Chair, Councillor O'Neill, when we met with the group, we did suggest that the next thing that they do is come back to us with a bit of a mud map around what their vision is, so that we could look at the constraints and the needs for the site, and so that we could do that, work together to work something up so that council could have a look at it.
And so before they get too far down, wanting
Yes.
it exactly where it is, will we say, hey, there's a few ideas, there's a few challenges because of other things?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Yep.
And on that, they were actually saying this year it's going to head more towards the big rig. So
Well, they're doing that anyway.
yeah, because they believe they'll have more sculptures, so it's going that way.
The stones and everything are going to have to move down there.
Yeah, and last year the volunteers did it themselves, and they said the average age of the committee is 72 and a half or something. So as we move along and help them more and basically take over the heavy lifting, the legwork, with volunteers and local business people, then I think it's going to go that way. But we've also got the parking to do with the rugby that we need to solve, so there's probably some. So the idea was that they were just going to do up a mud map of, a bit like a master plan, or roughly where they would like to see their vision, and then it would come to the full council to have a look at.
I'd probably reckon that the reason it might have been up that end was because the construction on the big rig. That could have been because there was a fair bit of work going on and they had a bit of a depot at that end, so that could have impacted on that. But I think if they wanted, I think when they came and spoke to us, Mr. Galloway said they sort of, you want to be able to meander it along, but I don't think that's going to work. You'd have to be like a U-shaped sort of turn, so you come back to the spot you started at that, and that way it won't impact on the parking. So you'll have a bare patch for a bit.
Yeah, so anyway, they're going to come back, and of course it'll come back to council. So, So on that note, then, rather than have it in two amounts, I've just moved that we consider $20,000 sponsorship budget for the sponsorship donations for and it's going to be the Q3 review. So we can give them an answer hopefully in the next month.
Mr. Mayor, that still covers us if they sponsor in the meantime comes forward. It might take a bit of the pressure off us anyway.
It would, but it sounds like they've lost one, so if we move up, they might be able to get the smaller ones, so to come and help them. Because it might have been an inadvertent thing of supporting another event that sort of has come at a cost. Well, if we look at it as part of the Q3 review, we also can nail down the funding, but we could also look at it for the next budget. So get it in here as funded Q3, but then we won't be spending it in that year. So if someone's worrying about, can we commit to it, the money will be there, but, Okay, so.
I've got a question after what you've just said, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So what you're saying is that we are committing to $20,000 sponsorship now in the Q3 budget.
Yeah, but we won't be spending it then. We'll be spending it next financial year.
Yeah, understand that, but we're actually doing it. We're not considering, because at the moment it still says consider. And if that's the case, if we're going to actually commit to today for $20,000 for a platinum sponsorship, I'm sorry, I need to read what the platinum sponsorship entails. Like I see in here about major sponsorship and platinum, but that was for 2020. How do we know what has a sponsorship request come out? Do we know what a platinum sponsor is?
Okay, so point 3 says consider a $20,000 sponsorship in the Q3 budget review, so we can get information on what that entails before you have to make that decision, Councillor Hancock.
Because what you actually said was that we were going to commit to it today, and so that just worried me a bit because I haven't seen the platinum sponsorship proposal.
No, that's fine. So we can find that information, but, you know, these events should be planned 12 months ahead, so I think we need to get on and make a decision one way or the other. But anyway, I'm happy to go with that. Is the seconder happy with that? Right, so we'll go to, I'll speak to the motion. I haven't seen a visitor event and actually a local event where I've seen so many locals and visitors pulling up way outside the actual time of the event to pull up and have a look. It was actually a perfect COVID experience too, because it was actually outside. But what a wonderful initiative from the Roma-on-Bungle Gallery subcommittee and all of the people that gave up their time. As they said, they certainly led from the front. I believe it's now time on behalf of the community that we get involved and not in any way overshadow it or take it over, but support them, so it's not a onerous responsibility for the subcommittee to drive the event. And I believe that if they ask for a platinum sponsorship, we hopefully will have a good tourist season and hopefully a visitor season. And I know that I've had so much feedback from residents that they've really enjoyed the art that's been on display and the stories that go with it. And it really goes to the community because the prize, one of the prizes is going to stay in Roma, and the other prize, or two prizes, stay in Roma, and one's going to Mitchell, which is the home of the sculptor. So, and a wonderful thing for the RSL and remembering the conflicts of the past for their sacrifice. So, yeah, I'll fully support this. I believe we need to quickly give them certainty so they can go out and promote the event to get the best value for money for support that council would give and support the volunteers. Okay, would someone else like to speak for or against the motion? Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0.
Page 43.
L5, delegation of council powers to the Chief Executive Officer under the Animal Care and Protection Act 2001, ACPA. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I move that Council, one under section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009, resolve to delegate the exercise of powers contained in Schedule 1 of the Instruments of Delegations included in the Officer's report to the Chief Executive Officer. These powers must be exercised subject to any limitations contained in Schedule 2 of the attached Instruments of Delegation for the Animal Care and Protection Act 2001 ACPA. 2. All prior resolutions delegating the same powers to the Chief Executive Officer are repealed.
Okay, do we have a seconder? I'll second that. Councillor Ladbroke has. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. page 49, L6, Special Disaster Assistance Recovery Grants. 43. Can again. 49.
That's where we go.
That's an old one.
Oh, that might be like a copy of it can, yeah, it might be an older version, you know. L6, 49, Special Disaster Assistance Recovery Grants. I'd like to move that council further investigate activation of support for individuals through the National Recovery and Resilience Agency regarding flood relief or similar bodies, I'll put in there. 2, council. Okay, so 2 will be apply for disaster arrangements if allowable to support residential members affected by flooding. And then the last part will be with a report confirming the outcomes of the actions. And I can talk to it, what that actually means when we get into it. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ladbrook? Okay, and I'll, any opposition? I'll speak to the motion.
I've got a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I don't quite understand it. I understand, obviously a landowner has raised concerns, so I get that. Are we able to activate after the event?
Okay, so I'm happy to explain that. So, was contacted by a landowner and put a CR in. So what this is about is there was apparently activations, or whatever you want to call it, to a body that allows people that have been affected by flooding to receive flooding assistance. And the resident or the landowner said they missed out in 2012 because Maranoa Regional Council didn't apply for this funding, and or this not funding, but this they didn't apply to say we've got a problem, but even though there was no benefit to actual council, and this time the resident got affected the same with flooding in the Maranoa, and this time they said, look, we've got no application from Maranoa Regional Council, but we've got applications from councils around your area, and we can't allow, you know, whatever the assistance is unless council applies. So this would be directing through the CEO that we go and speak to the officer that the resident did in a different disaster management area and say, what is it? Can we still apply? We know that there was, in this case, it was down in the Surat area, there was a large amount of flooding, and we actually just get in and apply and say, yes, there was flooding, and then it's up to the residents to go and apply for it. So basically what the resident was told is, I've got no application from Maranoa, so we'll find out whether we actually can or not, but we're actually saying it's okay for our staff to go away and do that.
And so just to follow up, is it related to whether the LDMG was active or not? Is that information?
Well, all of that we will find that out when we go and say, right, for instance, there is a phone number or a contact for who is allowing the funding, and they said they've got no application. So we've got to go And I don't think it's anything intentional, but it was just that we didn't know about it, so we haven't gone and done it. So we're actually just going to go investigate it and find out, and if we can apply, we will apply. Yeah, it's what the motion's about. Okay, Councillor Taylor?
So my question would be, there was a CR done, why wasn't it investigated then?
I believe it is. I was interested to get it to a council meeting because the customer was very frustrated that this has happened twice. So any councillor can bring a report to council, and that's why I'm bringing it as a councillor, because I believe we need to get to the bottom why this has happened twice, and the customer has been not had support twice.
So we didn't do anything on the CR?
Well, that there's nothing to do with, I don't have anything to do with that. So that's what the staff do, but I'm interested to get it back to council so council can say we allow them to go and speak to the agency and then go and apply for it.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so we're just advocating for anyone in this situation. That's what we're putting forward.
Yeah.
Advocate to these people.
Yeah, so through the chair, the customer request did come to us and we did respond. The issue is that when an event does occur, the state actually looks at whether it will trigger community recovery and the ability for landowners, etc., to access it. In this instance, we weren't triggered, we weren't activated at that level, so we couldn't assist in this at this time, but certainly at the LDMG can proactively, in an event, actually seek additional support. So for argument's sake, in the most recent events coming through in Brisbane and surrounds, you'll see the state activations coming through, the community recovery activations coming through, so it's automatically. But sometimes in events, it's borderline, and if the LDMG is proactive and council's proactive, we can actually push to raise the awareness of the state to be able to provide that support. So certainly that's where the Mayor's going in relation to that, is that we need to be on the front foot in an event if it's, especially if it's specifically in certain areas and not others, and it's not widespread and potentially not even widespread beyond the region, as we need to be proactive in that space. Where we know there's damage is to be actively pushing additional state support from a community level.
Okay, any other questions? So just to clarify, what I'm moving is to find out the riddle of why we didn't apply, how can we apply, because the comment was that we've got I don't know, applications or whatever from the councils around you, but nothing from Maranoa. So it's a bit of a riddle, and it's happened to the resident twice. So now it's an opportunity to follow it to the source, find out how do we do it, and then come back. And you're even going to get knowledge about it because it'll come back to council, what the investigations did. Okay, so, in this case, the resident had a massive flood. It definitely is a big issue. So learning and trying to support our residents, whatever the issue is, it's no one's fault, but we need to find out more, and I certainly support this motion, getting it to happen as quick as possible. Does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 8-0. L7, letter of support request, Mitchell RSL sub-branch.
I've got a conflict. Item L7, letter of support request Mitchell RSL sub-branch. Declaring councillor is myself. Person of interest is myself. Particulars of interest, I have a conflict as I'm the president of the Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club, and the Mitchell RSL sub-branch are requesting a letter of support. The Mitchell RSL sub-branch under the umbrella of the Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club. It's a declarable conflict of interest, and I will leave the room while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay. This is L7, letter of support request, Mitchell RSL sub-branch.
I'd like to move that the council provide in principle support for the Mitchell RSL sub-branch to install a solar system and air conditioning in the Mitchell RSL hall, and 2, endorse a letter of support for the Mayor on behalf of Council to the Mitchell RSL sub-branch to their grant application to complete upgrades to the hall.
So, to the mover, are you happy to put letters of support? Because one would need to be that we approve for the upgrade to the facility, and the other one would be supporting the grant application.
Yep, that'll be fine.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen? Any opposition?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So I'm so sorry. I don't know what officers in the room, but I'm assuming that it might be manager Tanya. So just double checking. If we're providing in principle support, that is not committing to any financial support at the moment. I'm just noting that on page 52 with the future year budgets that if the grants don't come off, there may be a financial contribution required. So I just want to make sure that we're not actually at this moment committing financial, that would come back if that was a request. We're just actually in principle supporting for them to go and try and get grants at this stage. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Joe, it's Edwina here. Look, certainly, yes, that is correct. It is a grant application. We're providing a lot of support to a grant application. So at this point, we don't know whether that's been approved. Should it be approved, we may get a request, and that would come back separately to council.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just so all councillors are aware, this is about giving a letter from council saying that we agree with the upgrade and the installation to the building, because that's part of the grant that they need to have that. And then secondly, a letter of support about getting the grant. But on speaking to the secretary, yeah, all the cost of it would be covered through the grant, so there'd be no cost to council. Of course, unless no one gets a grant, and then we've still got the issue with the air conditioning and the building. Okay, so does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah.
Righto, does anyone wish to speak for or against? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
7-0.
Okay. Now. It's the end of the letter.
I missed one, did I?
No, Julie, that's what
Okay, I'd like to move a motion to add something to the agenda of the council so moving a report to the agenda.
Just an item without notice.
Item without notice for historic airport security fees, and like to add that on the agenda, and then obviously we can talk to it once we get it on the agenda. Do we have a second for that motion? Councillor McMullen, any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, is there going to be stuff behind this so we know what it's about? Like,
Yeah, no, I'll just explain. It's very simple.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm in favour.
Right, so that's 8-0. And right, do we have any conflicts before we go into closed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
What do you think, CEO?
Through the chair, just a request for information, but it is council's commercial and confidence information. So it's not a confidential item per se, it might be now, but at the end of the day, this information will be publicly available by the end of the financial year. If that makes sense.
Is the report to be dealt with right now or dealt with in close?
Well, I'm happy to
Now.
deal with it now.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so do we have a number for it?
Do we have a report?
Not at the moment, I was just going to bring some wording up for a motion. L8? Right. And if you need more time, we can push it to the back of closed and then deal with it. So L8 would be relation to historic airport security fees. And what it would be is that I would like to move that council release 5 years of historic airport passenger and security costs, including monthly contract costs to Rex Airlines as requested on the 7th of the 3rd, 2022. So it's just information. Do we have a second for that motion? Councillor Ladbrook. I'll speak to the motion. This is just information. I believe it will help in providing good relations as something that was asked for. I don't think we've got anything to hide. I think it's a very beneficial thing for both sides, dealing with difficult situations with revenue and so forth, to understand what they are, and it has been requested, so I think it's of benefit to provide that to the airline. Councillor McMullen?
Can I ask, these figures, are they going to come out of our budget, previous budget records, is that?
Yep, so.
I can ask the CEO how to do it.
Yep. Look, through the chair, you might recall that when Rex came to visit us, they were asking us about the security fees, and subsequent to that, at our briefing, what we realised was that our annual report's only becoming public now. We had sort of most likely principally supported giving those fees, giving that information to Rex. However, it's probably appropriate that you have a resolution that sits behind that, simply because you have airport financial information from this year as well. Everything up until 2021, 30th of June 21, is already public. And what we would be providing is, if you recall, the spreadsheet with the security costs and the passenger numbers for the last 5 years. That's the information we're talking about, and it would be up-to-date information as at the 28th of the 2nd.
Okay, Councillor Taylor?
I just don't understand, is this all to do with the head tax that they don't pay? Is that what they're getting at, to have a look at these figures?
Well, who would you like to answer that?
Anybody that can answer?
No, I don't think so. I think it's actually would be more beneficial to understand the real costs, because they don't have an opportunity to see all of our costs, including security costs. So there's been some major changes in those, and they haven't had a chance to see it. So I don't think there was any disagreement about sharing that with them. So I think it would only be beneficial.
So our head tax that we've told them we're going to do until February 2023, that's the figure we've decided on. Then seeing this, what difference do they think that's going to make?
No, this is just all historical stuff. This is all things from the past that we've done to it. So it's no change to any of that.
Although I don't know what that is.
No, well, they have not had a chance to see what those costs are, They see it in other airports, but they don't see ours. So that's why it's of benefit, I believe, for the relationship. Councillor Burkett.
Mr Mayor, so if this is all public record, this is just us collating this in one document so they can see it instead of chasing it all up through past budgets.
And they don't have the calendar year, so this is the calendar year, which would be 2021 calendar year as well, that they would get to be able to see, because they can add it up per month. We work in financial years, but they work in calendar years.
So it's just the information's available, we're just putting it together.
Yeah, and as the CEO said, it's publicly available once we report on it, but we haven't reported on that calendar year yet. Yeah, but the years before we have, but it's putting it in a simple way for everyone to understand. Councillor O'Neill.
Just a question. So, what's triggered this between 9 a.m. this morning and 3 this afternoon for this to be a agenda item put on the agenda? What's happened today to have this before council?
As I said earlier today, I had a conversation with one of the senior management at Rex, and they did bring up that this was something that they have requested and would like to see. And I think it's very beneficial for the relationship for them to see this. And it is public, but what is not public at the moment, until we report on it, is the last calendar year, because we're halfway through a financial year. So that's what it would be. And I believe it's in council's interest to have the best relations, so sharing information would be beneficial.
So did that conversation happen since 9 a.m. this morning?
No, that I think that happened yesterday, so it's still pretty close.
And so why is this just coming out now? Why wasn't it foreshadowed at 9 a.m. this morning?
No, it's just by the time I got around to it, I do believe we can add, and we did add things on the day. I think it's a very simple thing whether we're going to allow to share some information, and that's all it is. So I didn't think it would have to be a big thing. So, you know, was happy to do that on the day. If I'd had more time, I would have put it in as a report. So, any other questions?
Yes, please.
My question is, so it's up until the 31st of December 2021, is that correct? 5 years, you're talking calendar years?
Yeah, so that obviously, they work in calendar years. Whether we have it for this year as well, I don't mind, but I definitely think it's going to be of great benefit them to see up to the end of the calendar year, so they can see that we're not hiding anything. Councillor Ladbrook.
The head tax is set in stone till February or May?
February. Through the chair, you've got a current resolution that says February 2023.
February.
Yep.
And this has absolutely nothing to do with that. So this is just to do with historical information. Okay, so does anyone wish to speak for or against the motion?
I had a question.
Please go ahead.
So I'm just wondering if it's all public information, it would have been really great, and I know, thank you, Madam CEO, you've provided that table before, but of course we don't have it in front of us right this moment to know exactly what's going to be shared. So I do wonder whether we would be able to get, is it exactly what was in that table? There's no added information putting in that table. It would be good as councillors to know exactly what's being shared. And it is all public information. There is no, commercial in confidence stuff that we're putting ourselves in a situation with. Is that correct?
Look, through the chair, Councillor Hancock, no, we certainly won't be releasing information that we shouldn't be, but in reality, we're statutory authority, so all of our information will eventually become public. Look, the data will be the same. The only difference will be is we're now in March, and so we can provide updated monthly figures for October, November, December, January, February. which we averaged, if you recall, at the time. But certainly happy to circulate the information back to councillors so you know what that is. But it was presented, it was easy to read. It was, it included the security costs per annum, and of course they were going to incorporate in our budgets, the passenger numbers, and also the security value. So that's certainly something that Rex has been asking for since November last year, and obviously most recently. And it's really just, we will now have updated passenger figures for each month since you last received that information, so it'll just be up to date.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so, yeah, and that would be done on a monthly basis as they've asked for, so. Okay, so does anyone wish to speak for or against the motion? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? 7-1 if I call for division. Okay, is there any other conflicts?
I do. I have a conflict.
I'd like to advise that I have a conflict of interest for LC6, Sale Yards Business Unit Improvement. Yeah, it's in, oh, you want to go on it?
Okay. Item, I have conflict, item LC4, the description, consideration, extension to scope upgrade of jockey room at Bassett Park. Declaring councillor as myself, councillor local, person of interest to the related party is myself and my wife Alana. Particulars of interest, my wife is president of the Road and Show Society, who use the stables at Roma show time, and I am a committee member of the Roma Turf Club. Type of conflict is declarable conflict of interest, and the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest on LC6, Sale Yards Business Unit Improvement. Then declaring councillor as myself, Wendy Taylor. The person of interest is Leadership Proprietary Limited. The directors are Peter and Wendy Taylor. Particulars of interest, we self-cattle at the Sale Yards. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I would choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, Councillor McMullen, if we can have that back, CEO, thank you.
I'll send you.
That it is in the public interest.
Mr Mayor, Councillor McMullen, is there anyone else that's got the same declaration? They have to be done first because they can't vote on their other. You can't vote on whether someone stays in the room if you just have the same conflict.
So is there any other conflicts?
Yeah.
So yes, I do have the same conflict, but I was just going to make a statement because this is exactly the same item from last meeting, and so it's the same issue. And council, I've already had my conflict read, and council's already voted for me to be able to stay in the room at this conflict. So it wasn't everybody. Not everybody declared a conflict at last meeting. I believe Councillor Taylor and myself did. But there was other councillors who sat in at last meeting and who didn't declare a conflict, who obviously are going to declare today.
I left the room because...
Sorry, I didn't quite get all that, Councillor Hancock, before the microphone got there.
So I was just noting, Deputy Mayor, that myself and Councillor Taylor declared a conflict for the exact same issue last meeting, So I just need to do a statement. But there's other councillors who you can't sort of lump this all into one with that, because there was other councillors who didn't declare a conflict last meeting who are obviously going to declare a conflict for today on the same issue.
Okay, Kel, could you pull up last week's minutes, or we've got them there, from the...
You would have endorsed them.
Yeah, we endorsed them. Just to refresh everyone's memory, who did a declaration, or do you know what page it was from the last meeting?
It was Councillor Taylor and Councillor Hancock.
I left the room.
And yeah.
Apologies for that.
Hey?
Oh,
Why did you leave?
Frustrating last week, that's why.
We had a vote and then we kept going, I thought.
It's on page 23, Tyson.
23.
In the minutes from last week.
But I don't think you left the room, did you?
No, well, I would be saying that's it.
No.
I'll get mixed up with the budget one, sorry.
Yeah.
Did I table it, Tyson?
Or did we move?
Just trying to think.
Yeah, we might have. Yeah. Well, I know we asked for more information on it. Okay, so does anyone need to declare because they declared last time, and if nothing different, it's already been dealt with, or so Councillor Hancock, did you wish to, or are you happy that you did it last time and it's been dealt with?
Yep, I've just provided a statement that I've previously made this declaration, and council decided that I could stay in the room for it, so I'll just stand by that previous statement. Thanks, that previous declaration.
Okay, so Councillor Taylor's just said she's going to do the same. So that means that we've dealt with that. Is there any other conflicts in closed?
So I wanted to declare a conflict with LC 6.
LC6.
Yep. I didn't do one last time.
Are you going to do one this time?
Yeah.
Right, go ahead.
And just before I do the declaration, the reason why I've chosen is subsequent to the legal advice that we received yesterday. I think it makes it very clear that it would be wise to err on the side of caution, and it may not be required, but I'm happy to ask colleagues to make a decision. So the item is LC6, Sale Yards Business Unit Improvement. The declaring councillor is myself, Councillor Julie Guthrie. The related party is that I'm part of a partnership, which is the Guthrie Pastoral Group, which includes myself, my husband Ross Guthrie and my son Nick Guthrie. Partnership is registered to buy and sell cattle at the Roma Sale Yards. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest. And although I have a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe a reasonable person would or could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the decision.
Okay, do we have someone to move on that?
Is that the declaration?
Yeah, I think I'll err on the side of caution. I'll just send this. I'll send it to the minute, Cal. Item LC6, description, Sale Yards Business Unit Improvement, declaring Councillor John Burkett, party with interest is my parents, Gary and Julie Burkett. Particulars interest, Gary and Julie Burkett buy and sell cattle at the Roma Sale Yards. It's a declarable conflict. Is it declarable? Yeah, declarable conflict of interest. The action I'll take is, although it is a declarable conflict of interest, I do not believe that a reasonable person could have a perception of bias. Therefore, I will choose to remain in the meeting and will respect the decision of my fellow councillors as to whether I can remain and participate in decision making and voting.
Okay, any others? Righto, does anyone else wish to vote on those?
So just wondering, Mr Mayor, how many people are left to be able to vote on it?
Yep.
We can all. Mayor, so
That's
you're not declaring anything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
4 of us.
Thank you.
I've through the chair.
Started the room.
My count is Councillor Burkett, not Councillor Burkett, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Hancock, Councillor McMullen, Mayor Golder, and Councillor Gladbrook. So we get to 5.
Well, they did declare one last week. Are they allowed
I
to vote?
can't.
They're making a statement that they have been previously.
Yeah, you can.
And they will stay in the room and participate in the vote.
It's just that we've got the same conflict, so we've still got the conflict.
You don't need a quorum.
You don't need a quorum.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Well,
just the remaining councillors.
I was the remaining councillor.
Yeah.
It wasn't a quorum.
Yeah.
Righto, so does someone want to move on that?
I'll move.
Yeah, Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that it is in the public interest that Councillor Guthrie participates and votes on agenda item LC6 because a reasonable person will trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, do we need a second for that?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry.
Did you declare one?
I didn't have a conflict with the Tanya.
No, so you can vote. Righto, 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's right.
Okay, 4-0. Okay, do we have another one?
You say that.
Councillor O'Neill, do you want to do it again?
Yeah, I'll move that it's in the public interest that Councillor Burkett participates and votes on agenda item LC6 because a reasonable person would trust that the decision is made in the public interest.
Okay, we have a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Oh, sorry.
4-0. 4-0 and not Councillor Burkett. He was scratching, obviously.
Scratching your hair.
Righto, moving on. Is there any others? No, that's it, Kevin. Excellent. Any other conflicts before we try and go into closed? Okay, do we have someone to move into closed? Councillor Ladbrook.
In accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Registration 2012, that the Council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councillors consider is necessary to close the meeting in accordance with section 254(5) of the Local Government Registration 2012. The following table provides the matters to be discussed, and overview is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. Agenda item C2, Santos GLNG Service Level Agreement, SLA 7. C3, Project Funding Variations of Extension of Time, Bigger Victory. C4, Community Feedback, Have Your Say. Council acquiring 2 police paddocks in Stevenson Street, Yulbar. And C5, Nomination of Projects 2022 to 24. Local Government Grants and Subsidies Program, Planning Project and Nomination. C6, Rex Airlines Proposal, CY22, CY26, and LC1, Review of Supplementary Rate Notice Assessment 150-19573, LC2 review of rate assessment loss of capping, CLC3 request of concession rate assessment 150-19680, LC4 consideration of extension of scope upgrade of jockey rooms at Bassett Park, LC5 proposed road acquisition area in front of lot 51 on SP 26904 Tooloombilla. And that's LC6 Sale Yard Business Unit improvement.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Happy to second it, just C6 needs to be removed since we've
Yeah. Councillor Ladbroke, you're happy to get rid of C6 because we've laid it on the table to next meeting. Righto, so we have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0.
Someone checked it,
Yeah, I think he had to go, but I haven't heard from him, so we'll keep going. Okay, C1, P&E Appeal 2901 of 2021. I have had a conflict on this one, so I'll be leaving the room.
We've done that one.
We've done it?
Already voted it.
Righto, well, there you are, I don't need to do that. So we're moving on to C2 then. C2, Santos GLNG Service Level Agreement SLA 7 Closed Access. Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that Council 1, pursuant to Section 236 of the Local Government Act 2009 and the Road Infrastructure Agreement with Santos GLNG, authorises the Mayor and the Chief Executive Officer to sign Service Level Agreement 7 for the next development trenching, being Acacia Phase 2 of the GLNG project. 2, complete the necessary budget amendments within the 2021-22 Capital Works Program to reflect the contributions to the road upgrades required by Santos GLNG.
We have a seconder, Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. Okay, C4. C3, sorry. Already there. C3, project funding variations, extension of time to bigger big rig. Do we have a mover? Councillor, well, I think actually, yeah, Councillor McMullen.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council 1 submit a formal request for a project variation to the Outback Tourism Infrastructure Funding Body, requesting the milestone reporting for the Big Rig project be amended as per the dates outlined in the report. 2, submit a formal request for a project variation to the Building Our Regions Funding Body, requesting the milestone reporting for the Big Rig project be amended. 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to sign the variation forms.
Happy to second that, Mr Mayor.
Okay, we've got a seconder, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. Okay, C4, community feedback. Have your say. Council acquiring 2 police paddock blocks in Stevenson Street, Eula. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council A receive and note the community feedback received in relation to the progress of resolution number OM 10.2021/99. Be acknowledged that there have been no offers to purchase lot 46 WV 1048 and lot 305 WV 1031 during this process. And C, not proceed further in relation to the acquisition of the 2 police paddock blocks known as lot 46 WV 1048 and lot 305 WV 1031 in Yulbar.
Would the mover of the motion be willing to put an extra point in there to have some way, if we believe that there is interested parties close in the vicinity that if that we're not going to proceed, that they may be interested in taking up the offer?
Sorry, that didn't make sense to me.
So, for instance, if we know that there is perhaps parties that live close to the blocks that may be interested in the blocks if council are not going to proceed, that we make them aware of it, that we will not be proceeding, but they have been made available.
So what you're saying is add a point that says inform the neighbouring landholders that council is not proceeding with the acquisition of the land. And
give them information in where to talk to about if they wanted to do any inquiry about purchasing.
Inform the neighbouring landholders that council is not proceeding with the land and provide relevant information provide relevant information if they themselves are interested in purchasing the land.
Yeah, so they actually know where to go and who to talk to if they want.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to... Yep, go ahead.
Just to say that on behalf of council, thank you to the community members, all 18 of them, that provided feedback through the Have Your Say portal. It's important when we go out to community that we listen to the feedback, and I believe this resolution is listening to the feedback that we've received from the community.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. C5, nomination of projects 2022-24 to 24, local government grants and subsidies program, planning project nominations. Do we have a mover, Councillor Burkett?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I move that Council 1 submit an application under the 2022-24 local government grants and subsidies program category non-capital projects for A, update Rona and Mitchell water models, 2, endorse if required the 40% contribution of the project budget is included in the 2022-23 budget if successful, and 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign the nomination form and any further funding agreement as required.
Okay, we have a seconder. Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. Okay, moving on to the late closed, I think, or LC1. I'd like to move that, can we move through 3 at once, Leon?
Yes, you can. Yeah, through the chair, a procedural motion, through the chair, a procedural motion that items, let me just get that for you. Items LC1, LC2 and LC3, be considered.
Yeah, lay on the table to a future meeting of council and that they be referred for a further briefing at next week's briefing sessions to go into more detail about these and any other current rating requests.
Would we put in there about communication be...
So yeah, we can do that as well. We can do another point.
Through the chair that council advised the... Yeah.
Yeah, and another point, that contact be made advising progress to date on the ratepayers affected. Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
9-0.
8-0.
8-0, sorry. Okay, moving on.
Page 42.
42, thank you. LC4, consideration of extension to scope upgrade of jockey rooms at Bassett Park.
George is gone.
Councillor Ladbrook's going to leave the room. Councillor Ladbrook has left the room. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I move that Council allocate funds for the following two projects to the jockey room upgrade project, work order 22380 for 2021-22, and to be presented as a part of quarter 3 budget review. And alternative options to fund the following projects: work order 22914, stormwater upgrade Bassett Park racing stable, and work order 22964, revamp the old horse stables at Bassett Park Roma. Have I got that correct? Cameron, I missed something? Just hang on.
Number one, Mr. One.
Oh, sorry, number one first, sorry, yeah. Number one, approve to extend the scope of works for the jockey rooms upgrade at Bassett Park, work order 22380, to include the replacement of tiles and underlay, including the installation of stainless steel grate and plumbing to the upstairs members' viewing deck. 2, allocate funds for the following two projects to the jockey's rooms upgrade project, work order 22380 for 2021-22, and be presented as part of quarter 3 budget review. Alternative options to fund the following projects: work order 22914, stormwater upgrade Bassett Park racing stables, and work order 22964, revamp the old horse stables at Bassett Park Roma.
We have a seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
So that'll be 7-0.
Can you get George back?
Page 47.
Thank you. Okay, item LC6, Ayard's business improvement.
5
Five.
on page 47.
47. Oh yeah. LC5, proposed road acquisition area in front of lot 51 on SP 269 504 Tooloombilla. Do we have a mover?
I'd like to move that Council 1 complete the required actions with the Department of Resources to effect a road closing action over the area the subject of this report. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into an agreement with the State Government to retain the area subject to the road closing action as state land for the purposes of reserve, with Council as the trustee. And 3, commence the process to amalgamate lots 1, 2 and 3 on CP 850185.
We have a seconder, Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
8-0. Okay, moving on. What page?
Page 54.
LC6, Sayards Business Unit Improvement. I'd like to move that council acknowledge the consultation and advice from agents, including advice that will be followed up as part of the consultation. 2, appoint a suitably qualified and industry experienced general manager for the Roma Sayards under a commercial contract arrangement with the relevant incentives to drive operational performance for a period of 3 years. 3, use this information to form the basis of a performance plan attached to this position to address council's strategic response, including minor amendments. 4, amend council's existing organisational structure to reflect this new position reporting directly to the CEO. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? I will. We have heard, I think it was brought up that it was even brought up in the election. We are probably getting to the 2-year mark, if not longer, and not much has changed. So I do believe that this initiative is something that if we were a private business, we would be looking at delivering the KPIs. I believe that it's an extremely complex operation with many moving parts, and we need to have this level. I believe that it will allow the manager to focus on many things that I believe will be of value to Roma Sayards and also the stakeholders, as well as having the general manager that can focus on really getting the facility to all really lift the profile, but also, of course, the performance and what people say about the Sayards. So I think this is a really crucial initiative, and the quicker we get moving with this, the better. So I look forward to, if this is supported, that we can finally start making some inroads into some of the issues that have been brought up by, the many stakeholders of Roma Sayards. Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Taylor.
I actually just can't agree with the point 2 on the relevant incentives. I think the pay rate of this that we've got here in front of us is a very attractive pay. I think it would attract a very professional, high calibre employee, and for the amount of money that you have as a base rate, I just don't see how you can possibly also then put on some incentives. I know we have problems at the sale yards, and I know we need to address a lot of them, but I just feel that giving someone incentives is just opening up for more problems. So as much as I know we need to do something at the sale yards, I just don't believe it's a general manager with incentives.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a great way forward, especially one of the main things key stakeholders in any form of council we've had is speaking up and wanting to be heard as the agents in regards to the sale yards. We've met with them 2 years ago, and like someone said earlier, nothing's changed. I think this will free Paula. If he can get concentrate on the operational side of things and sort out things he's been wanting to do, and I think the system's probably failed him in the past. If we're getting trucks that are going on to Dolby on a regular basis, that's a lot of money we're losing, and also the return and visit. So if we can get those trucks back in, all those sellers back into their own sale yard, it's going to do a lot better for our bottom line. So I'll be supporting this motion.
Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Chair, I
like Councillor Taylor, have concerns around point 2. But before I touch on that, the reality is it's easy to say that nothing has changed in the last 2 years, but we're the decision-making body of this council. I take responsibility that things haven't been improved at the sale yards, and I would suggest that we all need to have a look at ourselves. If those challenges have continued, we have an opportunity around this table to move motions to ensure that we are continuing to improve it. I think we've got to do something. I accept that. This is one of our region's greatest assets, and we want to maintain our status as the largest selling centre in Australia, cattle selling centre in Australia, and to do that we've got to continually improve how the business runs and the asset which is in place for our community. My concern is around also the incentives. There isn't enough information for me to feel comfortable about what that looks like. It is new to us here in terms of structure in relation to employment packages, etc. I would like to see more work for me to feel comfortable, given that at the end of the day, it is the community's money in which we deal with here, and I want to make sure that we pay appropriately, we pay someone to get a good day's work out of them, and they're paid for that good day's work, and they're achieving for our community. And in this case, the Roma sale yards and the outcomes of that business unit for council. But I just can't support this today because there's not enough coverage for me to understand what the relevant incentives look like for me to feel comfortable to vote in favour of this.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
I'd just like to say, the figure we are talking about, I don't believe it's anything out of the ordinary. It's pretty well on par with other people that are employed with the council. So, I don't think it's a problem. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, I do.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Hang on a minute, Councillor Hancock. We can't hear you. We'll get it sorted.
Can you hear me now?
Hang on. Now.
Oh, good on you, Dave.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I do agree that the performance of our Roma sale yards is very important and critical to the Maranoa Regional Council and to the community. But at this stage, I don't believe we need to appoint another layer and position at a considerable cost to the ratepayer, as we have a director for Roma, yes, in a short-term capacity at the moment, but we have gone out and advertised for the director for Roma's position for a more permanent position. You say that nothing has changed in the 2 years, and yes, I've heard the complaints in the 2 years, but the thing that has changed is the organisational structure, and that was a promise to the people that the directors in each town will sort out the problems for each region. I was under full understanding that the director for Roma would be responsible for the Roma sale yards. This is a considerable change to the organisational structure. This is a considerable cost that we have already invested to improving the Roma sale yards under the leadership of the Roma director. So why wouldn't we, we've gone out for advertising now, so why wouldn't we employ somebody with the necessary skills that could improve the performance of the Roma sale yards to achieve the outcomes that we require and to save the ratepayer dollar, which could be then reinvested into the asset instead of putting in another layer of management into council. I think we should save the money and give the Roma director and the CEO, who work very closely together, a go to achieve the outcomes that is required to keep the Roma sale yards to the level that is that we are proud of. I think we should give them a go, and I think we should then reassess in the future. I think this is too early to put in another layer, another expense to the council budget, without giving the Roma director and our CEO a chance to sort out the problems that are out there. And so that is why I won't be supporting this motion, but I do acknowledge that we do need to fix some of the problems that are going on out there. We do need to keep working towards the Roma sale yards being the best in Queensland. But I do think we've already had the outlay, and we should give the Roma director and the CEO a chance to sort the problems out. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Thank you. I just think the Roma sale yards is a big enough business on its own without the director running that as well. I just think it's a good move, and you've got someone there, and all he's got to answer to is the CEO. So I just think the sale yards is a big enough business that a director on its own should be running it.
Okay, does anyone else, I think that is everyone actually that's spoken. So I'd just like to sum up. You know, one of the saddest things that I've heard in advice was that, you know, Roma sale yards is the biggest in Australia, but the comment was made, we're not the best in Australia, we're just the biggest. It was almost like we didn't earn it. There's been generations of people that have given up their time to be involved, making the sale yards the best they can. Obviously the vendors, the agents, all the stakeholders, the transport operators, right through to the buyers, everyone has been involved. And some of the comments that I hear is very sad. I think the remuneration is very reasonable. I hear a lot of business people to say there's just not even anyone applying for jobs. So if we don't get it right, we won't get, which is a very industry experienced, a very selective, someone that has all of the criteria to be able to do this job. I believe, you know, one of the comments, someone said to me, who'd want that job? But I think for the right person, it would be a fantastic challenge, and the right person would work with all the stakeholders, the agents, all of the stakeholders, and get the best out of what is a fantastic asset. But you just need to be persistent and constantly working through the issues, so people are raving about the sale yards again, and I do believe that will happen in the future. I also think if you put your business hat on, if you're a business person, you would look at this and say, why wouldn't we be doing it? And it's long overdue. And I believe that the issues are so detailed and will need the full amount of time for a position to be, you know, almost not 24/7, but like that sort of mindset. And I believe that the right candidate will cherish, really, you know, really would be really privileged, because a lot of people have grown up with this sale yards, would be privileged to take it to the next level, which helps council's ability to be able to the goal, which is to break even out of the sale yards or make a modest profit that we invest in sale yards. That's my view. So I really think that the general manager will, if we get the right person, will be the new dawn of Roma sale yards. And I would like to people talking about, I can't believe how easy it is to get in and out of Roma sale yards. I can't believe the loading times, the unloading times, the weighing times. all of these things that really is a complex beast and we need to get on top of. So I'll look forward to supporting this motion, and we're getting on with a new chapter in Roma Sayos. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against?
Yes.
6-3 if I can call for a division. 5-3, sorry, 5-3 and if I can call for a division. Okay, I think we have another item on the table. The annual report, 10.1. 10.1, page 43. Annual report 2021. And that was laid on the table. Did whoever need to get the information get it?
No, I haven't, Mr. Mayor. I have not had the information that I require. I have had an email with the figure, but I've actually asked for the breakdown. So I can't vote on this item.
Through the chair, it is a consolidated figure that we put into the report. If you endorse it with relevant amendments, we can provide that with you in the background. We have an obligation to make sure we get those figures right. It is a statutory document.
Yes, but then I'd be voting on something that I don't know is actually correct because I haven't seen it.
So is it that there is a total figure and you would like to know the breakdown, is it?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor, because there was an incorrect figure originally.
So, look, through the chair, we can commit to giving you that breakdown. It doesn't change the end result that figure is the only figure that will be included in the report.
Except I actually still have an issue with the figure that's been given to me, and so therefore I'd like to make sure that that is actually a true figure. I'm happy to be honest and transparent. I'm happy to be it right, but I need to be assured that that is actually a true figure.
Look, through the chair, I think it's easily resolved, is that you can resolve endorse the annual report as presented with relevant amendments, and confirming the detailed breakdown of council expenditures on page 195. Would that satisfy?
Is that before it's public?
As part of the recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
195.
Okay, so 10.1, I think this is so important that I would like to move it and get it moving. Obviously, yeah, I'm happy to move in there that the information is given to you, but obviously if you're not happy with it, councillors can vote against it.
You would think it's so important to move this today, even if a councillor hasn't received the information she's requested through an S170A. That's just a little bit offensive, Mr. Mayor. I'm not pushing back. I'm just asking for that information.
Can I ask, CEO, didn't you just say that the figure won't change in the budget, in the resolution?
Through the chair, the councillor asked for us to check that figure. We've given her the revised figure. What she's asking for is a breakdown. We're happy to confirm and provide that breakdown. However, we're asking you also to adopt your annual report, noting that we will confirm that breakdown with you.
Yeah, and I'm happy for that. Now that we've added in the fact that the breakdown of expenses will be provided before it's a public document.
That's right. Yes.
So,
certainly.
So the only thing is...
What a publication. Yeah.
So the only thing is, Councillor Hancock, it could be that we vote and do you want a broken up figure and the figure will be just one figure? Is that the difference there when you do get the figure?
No, I'm happy to have a single figure like everybody else. I'd just like to know the breakdown of what that expenditure is to make sure that it is actually well, it just so that we got an email saying, councillors, please look at this. I responded because it wasn't correct. So I'm not asking for anything else that any other councillor in that room has asked for. or has had the opportunity to ask for. I'm happy with what this recommendation is. That is fine. But I also note that the CEO did advise us that the time for this, that we're actually, it's not critical, we're actually ahead of time. So just noting that as well.
Well, that is true, but we're actually overdue. So I'm embarrassed that we're overdue with this. So I believe that even though we might have a longer extension, I believe it needs to happen today. So did you say you're happy with what's up on the screen or on your screen, Councillor Hancock? So you'll get that information before it's sent off or whatever.
That's fine, thank you.
Right. So I'm happy to move.
I've got a question.
Please go ahead.
Just in front of you there.
Through the Chair, just in light of the conversation that's just happened, I know another councillor raised questions around a particular allocation to their expenses and reimbursement under the collar of professional development competencies. Has that been rectified for that particular councillor? Because that may have an impact on the information that's before us to know whether that table is in fact accurate.
What page?
It's been noted and it'll be looked at the next week.
So there's another discrepancy that we'll be moving this without the updated information, I suppose.
So I think what it's been said, if it's moved today, then that information will be given before it is sent out.
Or amended.
Or, you know.
Or published.
Or published.
Yeah.
And we've done that, like, you know, minor amendments and all of that.
Yeah, but that's not what that's saying. It's saying we'll adopt it as presented with the relevant amendments. It's not saying, it's like the amendments are already here.
So.
Okay, through the chair, you just remove which relevant amendments and just put adopt the 2021 annual report for Maranoa Regional Council, confirming the council breakdown of the expenses on page 195 prior to publication. That will still work.
Righto.
Yep.
I'm happy to move that. So, Kel, can we take out?
With relevant amendments.
So does that mean that if the expenses come back and I don't agree with them and we work it out and it's something else, that we can't do relevant amendments?
Well, I think that what I would do is we'll have a special meeting if it's an issue. If councillors are not happy, we can bring it up and then we'll vote on what it should be. So this is a way that you can get the information before it's sent out. And if it's not happy, well, we'll have a special meeting next week so we can get it moving either way. Depending on when the CEO can give you the information.
Look, through the chair, what we can do to point one is adopt the 2021 annual report for Maranoa Regional Council, ensuring confirmation of councillor expenses on page 195 prior to publication. This is still saying, look, this document is able to be adopted. We're just making sure, because we've got some questions in the room about a figure that we may or may not be able to confirm, but we have confirmed yours, Councillor Hancock, and we certainly would be giving you a breakdown prior to publication so that you're happy with it.
And because we would need to keep going, if councillors are not happy, I'm happy to have a special meeting and then the full council will vote on it and then it will be what it is. Councillor O'Neill.
Mayor, if you're entertaining the idea of a special meeting, given that a couple of councillors have raised questions today, we are coming together next Wednesday. Could we not just hold a special meeting to adopt the annual report? And I imagine councillors would have the information that they need to feel comfortable to vote one way or another. We're only talking, a week, and we are coming together.
No, I'm not in favour of it unless someone has an issue, and then we would look at doing that. So, You know, I'd rather do it if a councillor raises it, and that's to Councillor Hancock's point, is that when the councillor gets the breakdown, or if you do, or anyone does, and if you're not happy, then we can vote on it. But I do think, and I'm happy to move on this, and then, but all I'm saying, out of fairness, we could have a special meeting if there is an impasse and we can't work it out, if it is up to us to make that.
So
Rather than the CEO, so it would have to be whose responsibility it is. Councillor O'Neill.
Sorry, it doesn't make sense to me to then hold a special meeting for just one page.
Yeah.
Would it be then adopt the 2021 annual report for Maranoa Regional Council, subject to confirmation of councillors' expenses on page 195 prior to publication?
Yes, otherwise we'd have to rescind the motion if there's a change.
No, you wouldn't, but anyway, if you're happy with that.
Like that. Okay, so I'm happy to move this, but it's not coming back, obviously, unless someone's got an issue with it, and then we'll have a special meeting. But we're not having a special meeting unless someone's got an issue once they get the information. So the council adopt the 2020-21 annual report for Maranoa Regional Council, subject to confirmation of councillor expenses on page 195 prior to publication. So does that mean it has to come back?
No, it's...
Right, 2. Publish the report on Council's website within 2 weeks of adopting the annual report in compliance with S182(4) of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 3. Write to the Minister advising the adoption of the annual report for 2020-21. And we had a second. Councillor Guthrie just said she'd second that. Is there any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go, Councillor Hancock. Go ahead.
I'd just like to acknowledge and thank staff for all their hard work that's, both existing staff and previous staff.
Go again.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to acknowledge both previous staff and existing staff for all their hard work involved in producing the annual report for the Maranoa Regional Council for the 2020-21 year. And I'd also like to acknowledge some of the achievements over the 2020-21 years. And some of those are that there was the lowest number of incidents for people, assets and environment in 6 years, lowest lost time injury rate in 6 years, operating surplus achieved for the 3rd consecutive year, unmodified audit opinion, clean bill of health for Council's general purpose financial statements for the 7th consecutive year, all 3 state government specified financial ratios within their target range for the 3rd consecutive year. Council's internal control framework received 5 out of 5 green lights from the independent auditors, and a new organisational structure has been adopted and implemented in the 2021-22 years. And I'd just like to acknowledge those achievements. This isn't just a piece of paper. This is actually a celebration of what Council has achieved, and so I'd like to thank staff for their hard work.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak on this? I'd also like to thank the CEO for the catch-up work that the CEO and the staff have done to catch this up and get it from behind to be to get it done as part of our legislative requirements. So I'd like to thank the CEO and all the staff that have worked on this to get it over the line, and I'll be very keen to see that we write to the Minister and say that we have completed it, and then we can get back on track to be ahead with our legislative requirements. Okay, so on that note, Then we'll go, does the mover wish to sum up? Oh, that's right, it is. No, I don't. Okay, so on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Okay, 8-0. Any further business, councillors? Okay, we'll close the meeting at 5:58 actually, 2 minutes to go. And thank everyone for their attendance, and thank also the public for watching our meetings, and all of the residents that came along today.